that hedge fund that got crushed, Melvin Capital, that amount of money at that particular time in those 6 months that came in there was heavy, right? From big boy players that wanted to crush AMC and GME. But not the money itself was not only going to be the only contributor that could crush those two companies, because retail sentiment and buying was crazy, was crazy. You had to hit the news media outlets. You had to. If you needed to create a negative sentiment, you weren't doing it by trying to drive the price of the stock down, because Melvin Capital found out firsthand when you try to short a company that retail is, heavily invested in, plus holding and buying every day, you're making a wrong decision. You're going to bankrupt yourself, no matter how big you are. And, Archegos, Melvin Capital, a lot of other hedge funds went down because of playing that. But them alone couldn't be the ones that were going to shut that down. So they needed help from the media. So one of the first people that jumped on the scene with a big mouth was Charles Gasparino. From the second I can remember him as an ape coming in and taunting all of us, calling us dumb monkeys. He was actually referring to himself that he was having conversations with Ken Griffin from Citadel, that he knew what was going on, that Kenny was playing all of us. He's played a major role in trolling once you understand what it is that I just told you, because he's had an agenda the entire time. And today, what was funny, Cap, I look through, I see Wise Guys, which is Johnny Tobacco. Shout out Johnny Tobacco. All these people are my people that I'm about to call out. But I've also noticed that they were engaging with Charles Gasparino, not knowing who this individual is. I'm always all for getting attention and getting as much focus as you can towards what it is that you're campaigning about or what your community is about, but using the correct light on the platform to do it so, right? When you shouting out CV Payne and other people, I applaud that, because you're going to get some kind of coverage that is going to be in your favor. Now, when I see at Charles Gasparino, let's have a sit down, let's make a space call together. We'll tell him about this guy. Does not give a shit. He is one of the worst people that I have seen as a grown man that is supposed to be a journalist, which is supposed to be reporting the news that's worthy, engaging and stuff in social media the last 3 years that has totally threw that credibility out of the window. You know what I mean? And many, many people don't even know what I just said, that his wife owns Cobble Cord Media. It's a simple search. I just don't want to see new people in these communities that have worked so hard, have gone avenues, right, that other communities haven't gone after, to think for 1 second, just because he mentions your ticker today, that he has any good intentions of even having any bit of a 1 minute conversation with any retail person. Because to him, every retail person is a moron. We're all stupid. We're all going to lose our money. We might as well just sell today and move on. That's that guy's MO, and has always been his MO. And I hope that I don't see other communities. And these are some big name people I seen tagging him, wanting to get him in the space call, and the ape in me from AMC can't figure out, why would you even want to entertain that guy? He's never looked at us one time with credibility, and even acknowledged, till the time that Melissa Lee, right? Even when Melissa Lee spilled the words naked shorting during that interview, not even then did that man commit and say, you know what? They have a point. There is naked shorting going on. He defended everything that we could have possibly said in 2020 and 2021. He went against everything that is known as the ape theory. Why would I ever today in 2023 ever entertain him? Or I wouldn't speak up, because anybody can background that. I literally was the one with Cat Striker that put that guy out there. We even got letters. He threatened us with attorneys if we didn't take our post down. Like the fact that his wife is a public figure out there, and it wasn't hard to search her name and find out that she owned that media company. That's public information. It's a conflict of interest. I believe actually my homie Frank Nez, many people know him. He wrote an article. It was like either November or December of 2021, I believe. And you can go back and read that article and see that there was already conflicts of interest with Gasparino and AMC because he was reporting negative news live, which affected the stock price and affected whether people were going to get in or not, and making false statements against Adam Aaron because in lieu of his wife owning Cobble Cord Media. If this is a person that has an agenda against AMC and against retail in general, right? Why would I, right? Retail United person, co-founder, advocate for retail. Why would I ever on a space call suggest that that would be a good idea? You know what I mean? I think it's important that people understand this man's history, where he came from, how we outed him, and he's here to troll. That's all this guy does. Go back in 2015, and I remember, right? He's being quoted as his wife said, I don't know what you're doing on Twitter. Like, what are you doing? He does not get positive feedback from what you would expect from a journalist. If you go to most journalists' social media page, you will see that they have a good following, a good stance, as many journalists should. But when you go to this guy's particular page, you see nothing but nonsense geared at others' expenses. If there are collectively millions of people in all these other communities that have lost their life savings and they're in a bad way and they have families to support, and you have a person, as Charles Gasparino is, in that position, ridiculing the rest of us, why, oh, why would we ever entertain this guy? And why would we ever want to lend him a microphone? Because that's been tried before and it's never worked out because he's not on our side. To me, it's Charles Payne has been on retail side, whether it was AMC, whether even when we got Finman up there. Within 24 hours, we made that happen and got Finman on Charles Payne, at least to get our story out. We could never do that with Gasparino in a million years because he doesn't care about retail. He doesn't care about these type of plays that we're in. He calls us dumb investors that we should learn before ever investing. So, I'm just kind of like giving a background on this guy, Cap. Just like I do, because you're part of AMC and GME. So you know that this guy is not a person that you want to bring into your community thinking that he can get the word out because that's not the type of person he is. You know what I mean? So
I mean,
what's your take or surf on it?
so wait, so who's he approaching to get the word out on? Or is this
So
a Bazil or
can I
something?
say it? Can I say it? I've seen Drew's
Yeah.
name. I've seen Busy Brand's name all over it. I've seen Mark Bazile. I've seen Johnny Tobacco, that they're all trying to organize one call to get him on there so they can explain to Charles Gasparino the details of the play as to why it stopped trading and why it's so unique.
Oh, because we're taking Gasparino on his word that this clown um isn't complicit already? Like, is that what's going on here?
So as we've been here for years, we understand the people that come in and out. But I think for some communities and some of the traders are within 6 months to a year, they wouldn't know the past history of some of the people that we've already went through, right? So we can speak freely on it because we've been here and see who we are, but it's not like that because everybody in AMC, there was 4 million of us at one point in time, and all of us tried to get a respected viewpoint across to, many within side of these news outlets. And he was one of the few that rejected anything that made sense because he doesn't play on our side.
What's up, Mr. Rick?
So, brother,
First time meeting you on a space. I've heard you around in multiple venues. Always got something good to add to things. And you know, I back in the day, I did a lot of like GME trading when it was in its major hype, and then all that focus did change to like that negative news outlets like you were talking, and I vividly remember. I mean, he was like put like front stage news, pretty much calling everybody idiots. And it was ridiculous because there was still plays. I mean, there's still plays in a lot of this stuff. And I'll, I 100% agree with you. Like, there's these large accounts that like to sneak in, they bait everybody in, they find their new like teething rag to chew on, and then they just mess with everybody. And he's been a nefarious actor in the past for multiple different takers. But AMC was my most vivid memory of him coming in and right away getting pushed out the door. And there's other accounts like this floating around on Twitter all over the place.
it's easy for them, right? Like Charles to like spread that negative sentiment when you got such a big platform. Um, and then the facts are, it could be higher today, but I've heard numbers as high as 53%. So Citadel uh owns 53% of like major news outlets. So imagine that. You're a major hedge fund, clearinghouse, you're everything. You know everything. You front run the trades. You literally do everything. Now, on top of your arsenal, not only do you have all the guns in the world, you literally just bought yourself the most indestructible tank. And what is that tank to Citadel? Their media. If they own 53, if this is true, right? Which it was proven like last year. So if they own 50%, let's just call it 50% of media outlets. Now the narrative that we're being pushed and we're being told is what they want to. It's not necessarily what the company's perspective and what the company's growth moving forward is going to do. None of that. No positive. If they're shorting that company, you best believe that the message that's going to be portrayed to those news anchors on what the televised 30-minute segment's going to be, it's going to be bashing. It's going to be negative press against it because they own it. And it makes sense. A company like Citadel that's become so huge, when you want to control the people and you want to control the narrative, is by owning, news outlets and owning newspapers and a way to get that information out. So once retailers understand the players and how much power they have, it's become much more than just your broker hitting the buy button when you got to deal with people like Citadel, because Citadel thinks
Well,
outside the
well,
box.
and these guys run in packs. They have friends. They all run burner accounts. You can, I mean, if you do your DD and you chase into these accounts, you can find all these guys, and they bounce between tickers, and sometimes they pump stuff, and then you watch it sell off. They're trying to close out a position, and you can almost watch it in waves. They'll move from ticker to ticker to ticker, but they like to come back to their favorites, right? And it's usually the community stocks. Uh, you know, from what I've seen in the past and currently, and it's like you're saying, we got a bunch of new guys. and new investors coming in, and they see a large account, and oh yeah, they tagged our cash tagged our ticker, and people feed right into it. And when you've been sitting here for years, kind of watching them run around and just cause chaos between multiple tickers, it's easy for us to see, but new traders beware. Like, they got buddies too, and they're all doing the same. They're trying to inverse whatever we're trying to do.
100%. And if you think about it, right, the amount of time that Charles Gasparino has been here, if he really wanted to be the so-called journalist he wanted to be, right, he's could have put on hit pieces better than Charles Payne. Um, and he hasn't chose that route to do the right thing. So it only leaves one other thing. He works with the dark side.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough, you know, especially like if you get beat up in a trade, and then you really start questioning more, like, what did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong? And then you kind of like, a lot of people don't document their trades and go back on time on them, and go back and see, like, okay, so now this large account came in, there was a lot of hype. Okay, what happened in the stock price though? And that happens all the time. And I catch myself going back, like, okay, who was I interacting with at the time? What big names were moving in and out of that? And these guys disappear, but they always come back.
But is it at pivotal moments of the price point or no?
It typically, like, what I've noticed with nefarious, Twitter accounts, or it's pretty obvious that they're a hedge fund, or their interest are in shorting, is any sign of like an RSI breakout, momentum breakout, news dropping. They're sitting on this stuff just like we are, and they're ready with the ammunition to, like, kind of bait you in, put the flashy, Twitter analysis up, and then what they do is they like to bait in people and then let it. Most people aren't very knowledgeable traders, and their responses on Twitter come out of emotion, and it creates this body in this thread, which they're never going to delete, of just retail traders backlashing at them, and they love it because some of these guys respond. I mean, just emotionally without any real thought. They might be very knowledgeable people about the company, but they let their emotions and anger get the best of them. And then anybody that's sifting around through a ticker, and then they find this body, and they're like, "Oh, this looks interesting." Like, click on it, and then there's 100 comments in that one thing, and that person that originally posted that tweet came there to troll. They played like a bullish narrative, and then they just let everybody turn it into a mutiny in the body of the tweet, and it's ridiculous. Like, I catch it happening all the time. You
So wait,
know,
so the original poster will be bullish.
yeah, they can throw out something like, "Look at these financials, 100% quarterly growth." They could spin this narrative, but then when you start talking to them, it's pretty. You could kind of pick out their intent. Their intent was to kind of bait in all these people that want to talk about the company, and then they start laying down the heavy stuff. Like, well, what about the current S1 filing? Aren't you guys worried about share dilution? And then this is where you start seeing, like, okay, they're a little more knowledgeable than like the everyday trader. They're looking at filings, they're looking at everything that's coming through, and they had a fully prepared response to something that you had said. And it, it
Oh,
and,
oh, 100%. Yeah, yeah. Like
and
there's a
it's
notebook,
ridiculous.
right?
Yeah, and these counts they move on. They just bounce ticker to ticker to ticker, and they usually got I don't know if these guys are like paying for followers or what if they're all bot followers, but they're usually sitting up 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 followers. But then when you go look at their tweet history, it's just like a repetitive thing that they like to do. And there's some other accounts. I believe a guy named Corey. I've just recently found him. He's really good about kind of tracking down these accounts and then sourcing them to multiple different burner accounts. Um, I don't want to put anybody on the spotlight, but I'm sure you guys have seen him around. But he does
Corey?
a Corey, yeah, he does like a very heavy. Let me see if I can find his name
Is
somewhere.
it spelled with a K?
It might be. I just recently
Okay.
found him like a few
Is that
weeks
the guy
ago.
that's got beef with Algo Hack?
Is that the guy who's gonna beef with Uncle?
It might
Never
be.
heard of him.
Never heard of him. Never. No. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, well, I
well,
said that we
anyways,
know.
but yeah, I don't know. There's a few accounts that are
Wait a
kind of
minute.
chasing down these nefarious actors in the stock market.
Serfdom, you did happen to see my Christmas gift to Twitter, right?
No, was it on Christmas or was it today?
It was on Christmas. Well, it was. I think I started Christmas Eve. I have a habit of releasing things on Christmas.
All right. Well, I'll have to look for
Let's
it.
see. I'll send it to you right now. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna find the right account. He's following me, but I'm not gonna follow this guy. He gets into a
What
lot of
the? So
trouble.
you got this thing rolling out on time today, and then you don't got these other ducklings to partake today?
I sent them a message in our private message chat that said basically, "Sorry, Captain, I couldn't make it today."
That's it, huh?
That's no one has seen it or responded. So hopefully that shame will carry over, and that we'll eventually get the message. But we'll see.
Yeah.
But no,
Well,
going on that topic, did you listen to Corey's space over the weekend? He had a pretty interesting one.
no, no, I hadn't. We are talking about the same person, I'm assuming.
Yes, Corey underscore corner.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yes, I've been.
I don't know if this is a guy you're on or buddies with or whatever, but
Well, that was kind of the joke. One, Rick knows him from way back,
oh, really?
and yes, and me and Corey have become quite the friends lately.
In a sarcastic manner?
No, no, in a
Oh, all
full
right.
manner. Like I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah,
He
he
digs
really
my
does.
memes.
I think he really has taken it to heart and taken it to another level. But like when he was talking and then like laying down spreadsheets and then data tracing all these accounts and they all kind of lead back to the same like IP addresses and stuff. I'm like, all right, like he's on to something. And I don't know, just started following just because I kind of do the same thing in the background, not to that extent, but I try to pay attention.
No, it sounds like it from the way you were describing it. I mean, you were spot on. It is interesting, and I always wonder because I mean, we're in a market, so it's not necessarily like black and white, like evil versus good, right? There's like a bunch of different actors all kind of playing against a bunch of different other actors as well. And then you have like you have your whales, like your Citadels and like your Hudson Bay, who, do kind of, can move in one, gelatinous mess. But then you also have all these other players because it's a big carnival of sportsmanship to a certain degree, right?
Right. Yeah. Whatever direction you're playing, some of these guys just buy commons just to premium harvest you on bad, like your bad decisions buying calls.
A
They
hundred
know that
percent.
they know you're somebody's gonna buy the call, and it's easy, safe money for them. There's low risk in it.
You can make
I
10. You can make 10% if you're at 450 and you're selling $5 calls. Like worst case scenario,
Right. Yeah.
you
And
know.
that's a new study group for how I want to level up my trading and like my option trades. But I don't understand the economy of it yet and actually making it work. So it
Well,
kind of gotta do it in practice, right?
remind me to tell you about which I think you'll like, which I think you'll dig is a poor man's covered call. And we can talk about that
Yeah. Well,
later or
yeah.
now, but
If we want
whichever.
to dig into options, and I'm not trying to take like away from what Rick was talking about because I vividly remember this guy going on TV and calling everybody idiots. And here's the newer narrative. I think even Bazinga put out an article like, some of these financial advisors are starting to follow, ape trades and going, there is some actual eccentric value here, and maybe they weren't as stupid as we thought. But what has it been? 3 years. It's and a couple bankrupt hedge funds. What did it take? So I'm 100% like for community traders and like for retail traders that needs to learn. But the only way you do that is by trading and starting to learn how to read financials and starting to interact with people that have more knowledge than you do. And a lot of people, it takes time to learn all this stuff. We're not all lawyers. We don't all speak sec filings, and you almost got to collect your friends that can read it and do understand it and can explain things to you when you have a misunderstanding in something. And that this is an awesome thing for Twitter and Spaces is it gives you the capability of finding that CPA type that can kind of help explain, you know, major stock events to you where you otherwise like if you weren't a lawyer and you had no idea, you'd no idea what they were talking about.
But it's also, it's also not even to put it on like such a, that yes, we are probably a lot by and large inexperienced traders, right? And just by the very nature of the beast, because even if you have 5 years in the market, you're also working, or most of us are working. They are, doing everything else that life requires. So, this isn't like a college where you're, strapped down for 4 years and,
Yeah,
or for
and they
however
do
long,
it for a living. They're there
Yeah.
100% of the time. Where we're, like, okay, we got to step off for a 3 hour meeting today. Yeah.
No, 100%. But I mean, I also think that there's two, you get into school of thoughts too, right? So not all traders are like each other. Like even, the cats that usually hang out here, like MDS or Mark, or Mickey Cabs, both of them are different traders and have a different perspective on the market than even I do. And I've learned from everyone, because I'm probably the dumbest one out of all of you. Um, but it is, and it's an understanding of different perspectives, right? Because I mean, you can be the best trader in the world in, let's say, cannabis stocks, right? But I don't know anything about wheat or any other commodity.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and so it's building out that network as well, and of understanding or like gaining those things as well.
Well, like I kind of miss the days like somebody knows, and kind of laughing about that. but there is somebody that knows. And there's people in these industries that know a lot more than you do, and that's the nice thing about this is like kind of getting different perspectives from everybody. And then out of the roots that grow off the tree, you find people that work in these industries. Or you might even get lucky enough to find somebody that works for the company that you're interested in and give you a completely different perspective on something.
100%. I mean, we found that time and time again in the BBig community.
You guys hearing me?
Yes, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me anymore, Serfdom. Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
You okay? Serfdom, can you hear Mr. Rick? We're moving Serfdom. He'll be right back. But I think he was making a good point. We found that time and time again in the BBig community, where we would need legal advice, and then we'd have like 3 different lawyers who could give us perspective on, and not necessarily security lawyers, but just on a generalized law. And and at least to know what would be the right steps. It's always crazy what that, collective skill set can bring to the table. And I think Serfdom was really hitting on something as well. It is crazy, the manipulation and narrative tactics that go out there today. I was referencing the Care Bear compendium of Care Bears on X that Santa put out this weekend that people can go check out. I'm bringing it up on the live stream right now. But I'll be building that over the next couple whenever. Check it out if you can. But Finn, you joined us up here. What's going on, man?
Not much. How's everybody doing? Y'all have a Merry Christmas. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very Merry Christmas.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was gonna talk about Gaspanero, but then, I thought, what? Screw that dude. I mean, I had toe to toe with him back in the ANC days and stuff. If you go look at like Mr. Rick is 100% right. He's a clout chaser. He has no bearings. He doesn't care about retail. If you followed him and understand his history, I mean, you go back and look at his wife's what Mr. Rick was talking about. You can Google that and search it. You can see when the apes went in there, and just kind of went back after him. I mean, she's got like 1 star, but my name's even on there. But he's not worth it. I think Brazil and the MMTLP community don't know him and don't know about him. That's why they're getting, mixed all up, saying, well, let's get on there with him. Let's talk it out. He brings nothing to the table. Mr. Rick's 100% right. He hates retail. I think he's a paid shill against tickers, against, he always had that thing that he was, like Mr. Rick was saying, he was Kenny Griffin's boy back in the ANC kind of fight. And now I think the ANC, he got bored of it. I mean, he called me a dumb monkey. I don't know how many times. We went toe to toe for weeks. Finally, I realized he's not worth anybody's time. But I think what he's doing now is the AMC thing is getting kind of a boring thing. Not too many people are engaging with him anymore. They'll throw some things at him, but back in the day, he was kind of the fun hype thing, I guess, and that's what he's doing with MMTLP. Seeing that this community is growing, it's hyped up, it's fighting against the bad actors or whatever their fight is, and he wants to jump on board for that, for clout. That's all he is. He's a clout monkey, is what I call him. He's not worth anybody's time. I let Brazil know, you can my opinion, you can waste your time with this guy, but Charles Payne and all them are, they're for retail. Those are the ones I'd be chasing. I wouldn't ask to be sitting down with Gas Venero and going on a debate with him because he brings nothing to the table. But and then Surf's conversation was way more exciting than Charles Gas Venero. I wouldn't give him time, but if you can reach out to those communities and let them know, this guy is he's just bad news. He's not even worth giving. And they say any bad news, or what is it? There's a saying, any type of publicity is good publicity. I think that's what he's about. Um, but as on Surf's thing, I 100% agree with him on the stock thing because that's kind of what NFAWA is. That's what this call is, Cap. It kind of I come in here because it talks about different stocks, things in the market. And my suggestion, and I know people ain't gonna like to hear this, is stay away from meme stocks until we bring change to the market and bring everything.
All right, all
Um,
right. I'm not going too far. All right, everybody, listen.
I
Not endorsed by
knew
the
that was
show. Just want to say that. No,
that,
but say whatever you think.
I know. I figured that was coming, Cap. But yeah, no. This space call here, that's what it's about: is bringing people that have knowledge and some experience.
Hey, Finn. Speaking of good investments, how's
Brother. Yeah.
Your Warren Buffett calls doing right now?
Oh, I didn't even know that was you, man. Oh, shit, I'm flying. It's green. I mean, I wanted to load more, and I did some reading up on that today, and actually, I'm gonna buy deeper out into 2025. Oxy. I seen all the gas and oil companies were going Exxon or not Exxon, Mobil. So yeah, I'm gonna go deeper out. And then I read on that the United States is 12.1 billion. They bought out some kind of gas thing, and which basically will have like 60 some percent or 70 some percent of oil production across the world. So that's huge news, yeah, man. Thanks a lot. I was wondering who put that out there. I mean,
Well,
I should
I was
go ahead.
figuring a dog last week, but I was trying to just sit in and pay attention and see what people are doing. And then I've gotten kind of listened to you speak quite a bit on the 24-hour BBIG space, and then you popped in here last week, and I'm like, oh crap! Like there's news, even more Buffett buying in Oxy. I was like, he might like to see that.
Oh yeah. That was actually the tweet I saw when I think it was like a couple weeks ago in the morning. Right when I saw it, I was like, I didn't DD or nothing. I just loaded calls and boom, they went green, man. They've been green, and it's climbing slowly. So, and that's another one that I'm not no financial advisor by no means, but there's some others I've been really kind of getting into as AMD, the chip, the blue
Hold
or
on,
the
hold on. Let's stay on Oxy for a minute. I want to ask. So is Oxy the mystery stock for Buffett, or no? Or is the mystery stock still a mystery?
I think it's still a mystery. Oxy is the petroleum company that he's been kind of loading up. He did load up like a weird construction company pretty recently as well.
yeah, and he hasn't stopped loaded. He loaded that 2 weeks ago, and then he added more just a week ago. So and I haven't searched why, but it's Buffett.
Yeah,
It's Buffett.
in the past we've kind of referenced a documentary. I think it's floating around on HBO, but it's you know kind of Warren Buffett and his life and investing, and it's a really good documentary. Um, but he has this concept of buying something that's potentially undervalued, that's got a lot of upward growth, and the way he kind of describes the market is finding something with that last puff of cigar, but being able to create enough growth to buy another box of cigars, down the road. And that's a really interesting concept when you think about it. Like, okay, but he's got the money to do it. And
Yeah,
typically if he jumps on something, there's probably some unforeseen value there, and he's been pretty good about squeezing the pennies and making these companies work.
No, and 100%. I mean, who was it? Roaring Kitty actually used to say pretty much the same thing. Because he used to use cigarette butts or cigar butts a lot in his analogy, but he used to always say, some of your biggest gains will be that moment when a company goes from, oh, it's going completely out of business to, oh, it can survive 2 more years. And those will be your biggest gains because the whole because at that point, that's when the market prices in that. And if you can ride that wave up, that's a solid wave.
I got the article here. It says these three Warren Buffett stocks will be the biggest winners in 2024. And I'm going to scroll down. I'm not going to read it all. BRKA and BRKB. Well, I think that's Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah,
American,
wow.
yeah, AXT, American Express. Let's see, there's two more. DR Horton, DHI. That's I'm trying to see what that one's about. DR
Just to let
Horton.
you
I
know,
remember.
I was just gonna say, just to let you know, the guy who's been doing nothing but pretty much liquidating assets and saying that he's gonna capitalize on the bottom, his both classes of his shares will probably be worth something in 2024. That's basically what that article is saying, right?
Yeah. And Oxy was the last one. Um, I'm trying to find out why he's. And that's the thing. I mean, which I can't really find a reason, but Buffett has bought 20, 25, 20. Berkshire secured regulatory approved to acquire up to 50% of the company's shares. So far, it has bought 27.2% of those shares and $85 a barrel by mid 2024. So he's looking at the gas prices, and if you kind of go into the Oxy under, I don't know if you guys follow Webull, and then go Oxy and then look at the news and just kind of scroll down, you can see right now gas is going to be the big thing in 2024. I think.
How much higher can gas prices get?
Oh,
Like
I think
without the
way
whole
high.
system breaking. I mean,
Oh, I think
seriously.
I think supply and demand, and then it also you got to think about why would the U.S. Throw in 12.5 billion and buy up companies and then say, become like a 67 or 70% basically supplier of gas and oil. So there's something going across seas that's going to impact the oil prices. And then we're going to be basically the ones that has all the oil. That's kind of what I'm getting by whatever, all the stuff I'm reading on it. I've really been digging into the oil and gas and the AI stuff. But the oil and gas has got me really intrigued. And then you were talking about uh, soybeans and wheat and all that. Well, I did some reading on that about a week back. And with this war going on over in those other countries, actually, you made a good call there. Any type of wheat, grain is going to be a pretty good investment if you can find the right one.
Yeah,
Because of
commodity
this,
trades have always been very interesting. Sugar, by the way, is at like a 52-week low. Been tracking that as well.
Now,
where's
If
most
you
of the
want
sugar made?
something that, well, no idea. Somewhere tropical.
Central America, I would think. I mean, they haven't
Yeah.
lost their hold on the sugar market, have they?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, just with Mark alone and all the rum he drinks, I mean, I know that takes a lot of sugar cane, but
see, see,
I don't know. I need to probably deep dive into that a little bit and figure out why those metrics have changed so much.
yeah,
So,
see, I try to look for the countries and see what type of issues they got going, because
Well, and
that
like
would
the
that's
BRICS nations are trying to be very disruptive to like the U.S. dollar, and what they like to do is hit commodities, raw material sectors, lithium, cobalt, nickel, things like that, and then you have gold, and then a lot of these BRICS countries also like to trade cryptocurrencies as well. So whatever they can do to try to depeg the US dollar from its value, that's what they've been doing. But it's not always necessarily what's going to play out because we can always turn the taps back on. We can always start importing from other countries. So just got to kind of, see what happens, I guess. I don't think they're going to have as big as an impact that they'd like.
crazy you just said that because copper and precious metals and gold are the prediction for 2024 of
Right.
what investors. uh,
Yeah, if you
co-
jump onto like all the big like Wolf Financial and kind of listen to their spaces, they got a lot of macro guys that really dive into a whole new layer of that onion that you don't want to peel back most of the time. But if you kind of follow it and listen to it and understand it, then it starts making sense because we need all these materials to produce the things that we want to produce here in America. But they've got the noose kind of strangled around some of these commodities.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and I loaded
you
calls on Coinbase.
yeah,
You guys see that? Yeah,
Coinbase nonstop.
yeah, you see the news on there with the SEC and um,
Yeah, there's always something with Coinbase.
yeah,
But
yeah, as I
Coin has been on a wicked ride.
yeah, crazy. I had puts on it a while back. Yeah, those went to hell. Coin flew up to like $100. I'm like, fuck, that sucks.
It happens.
I'm yeah, I'm still big on Roku too. Um, that TV manufacturer from China.
Yep.
I'm just going off of Thanksgiving and
you?
Christmas. Yeah, yep.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Uh,
I was gonna say.
ROKU.
Oh, I know who it is. I was gonna say you and Marcus Lemonis, but I think Marcus Lemonis' show is coming off of Roku, right? As well.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Marcus Lemonis is? The Prophet?
No.
MDS. MDS. You know who
Oh
Marcus
well,
Lemonis
yeah,
is,
well, yeah,
right?
yeah, okay. Yeah, all you had to do is say MDS. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, he's the one that gave me
I'm not
the
Marcus.
technicals
Hey,
last.
whoa, 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 whoa. No,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
know who
whoa, no,
Marcus
no,
is.
no. He's not Marcus Lemonis. Marcus Lemonis
But
is
I
an
know who
actual
Marcus is.
Marcus Lemonis is an actual personality. He's had some interesting things going on with the BBBY community lately. But he's came in as a 9% shareholder of Beyond. That was one of my bullish parts for that thesis, of which we've seen. Jesus, it hit 28 today.
Yeah,
No,
are you talking Beyond Meat?
no,
Okay.
BYON Beyond.
Oh.
You formerly Overstock.
Oh, all right. Yeah, Overstock.
Uh, and let's see,
Owner
Beyond
of
hit.
Camping World, too, right?
Yeah, hit 27 today. We first started talking about Beyond when it was, I believe, 16. My average cost in this is 17.46. I believe
Now,
is what we were talking about.
there's a little sleeper in Beyond that I don't think a lot of people know about, but they're one of the, well, when it was back as Overstock, they were one of I think they might be one of the only or the only online commerce intertwined with um, the blockchain, right? Deal that was approved by the SEC. I might have that wrong, but it's the one of the only ones that are actually approved through some government agency.
through
Hey,
trade through T
eh,
zero.
But it was through Overstock, so I'm assuming it's still all good with Beyond. But it was Sal that was talking about it a little bit, just super briefly on a space call earlier today. But he did bring that up, so I'm assuming it's still a go, which is pretty interesting because that adds, I mean, with coin and a bunch of this other blockchain stuff, really, with the potential to, rip if all this goes through. Then yeah, that's a huge deal for Beyond.
hey, MDS.
Yeah.
You forgot to announce yourself with a soundboard
Yeah.
introduction.
I'm actually under the weather.
You
Yeah,
know, I was sick
I'm a
last
little
week.
under the weather. I got COVID for Christmas. That was my gift. So
I
I got
think that's what
wow.
I got
That
too.
that was neat. So
Oh,
and then I didn't even realize we were having the call today, so I'm sorry I'm late. But yeah, I didn't see any
It's
of the
all good, man.
promos and I didn't see anything coming behind the scenes. So I just
Yesterday
kind of
was Christmas, man. I gotta take
I
a day
know.
off. Like, come on.
Well, I
Actually, I
thought we
didn't.
talked about taking a day off this week, so it was my bad.
No, no, no. It was mine. Like, I no, I was just being a dick in the DMs. I told everyone that how I was a dick in the DMs already. Um,
yeah. You sound terrible.
Oh, thank you.
She sounds hideous. Are you wearing khakis?
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal.
Oh, that sucks, man.
dude,
I
I'm
hope you
sorry
feel
to hear.
better.
And I'm sorry to hear that as well, man. That's never fun. I mean, COVID seems to be making the rounds again. I heard like I don't know somewhere, and I thought it was weird because I thought it was Florida. They like had a mask um mandate at a beach or something. I don't know, but
I will say this though. This is I think my second go around with this crap. When it first came out, it was pretty brutal. Like it was pretty scary. But this time around, just seems like a nasty flu. It sucks, but it's like I don't feel the intensity. Like I think our bodies are getting some sort of um, immunity built up. I'll just say that. I hope so for everybody that it's not as if you do get it, it's not as bad as the first go around.
So you're saying is buy calls and Pfizer?
Screw Pfizer, dude. Puts. Today's show is puts on Pfizer.
Puts on Pfizer. I was hoping you'd come in with the same energy as last week, but you got sick.
Oh man, I mean we ripped it, didn't we? I mean the calls were just flying off even with Cap and ribbing me with some duck thing walking backwards. What the hell was that, dude?
I
Nobody's
inversed
going
MDS and I'm
backwards
kind of
on this.
regretting it. I'm like, man, I
that
should have bought calls.
And NIO was up 10% more today, even. That thing
Oh,
oh
was,
my,
we talked about that one.
I almost jumped in because I think Serfdom was pumping me on it.
yeah,
Uh,
well, I've been in and out of Neo for years, and they've got some really cool battery tech. They're a Chinese company, but what really grabbed my attention years back was their battery swap technology. So if you kind of dive through like their YouTube videos and stuff, they can take the battery from the chassis and swap it in like less than 10 minutes, fully charged, and I thought that was really cool because rather than sitting in this giant line, you've got this quick swapping system versus sitting there and trying to get your 80% charge and then, you know, get that last mile. You might be there for 40 minutes. So it seems feasible. and I don't know if how much more they've developed into that, but now they're pushing towards a semi solid state battery, which has increased their travel range. I think they're dealing in kilometers, because we're US, but they're out like 1,100 kilometers on a single charge. The cycle rates are a lot faster because of the semi solid state batteries, and faster charging times and less time waiting is always something better, right? So it's something that I've heavily been following. I've been in and out of the stock, I mean, probably 20, 30 times over the last 4 years, but they look like they're kind of tying everything together with these technologies.
All right. Did you have something to add to that, Josh?
Well, no, indirectly. I have a separate conversation. So if you guys are in the middle of something, keep going. I'm listening. I'm just here. But I did have like almost like a digression comment slash input from a previous set of conversations. So I'm cool if you guys want to continue. Otherwise, I'll jump in.
Let her rip, Josh.
Well, if anything, if I got the floor here, Captain, Finn, my battle, Merry Christmas, brothers, MDS, good to see you as well. I'm actually going to point my finger over at you, Serfdom. Um, it's good to see you in here, brother. You and I met how long ago? It's been a little while, right?
It was I don't know, a couple months ago.
Yeah.
I've known about you and seen you other things, but I've never really been able to interact with you. And I enjoy you. You're a cool dude, and you're a veteran, and you're everything USA. And
Well, you and I met and we started hanging out in different groups, and you were talking about it yourself, how cool like Twitter Spaces were and
hmm
whatnot. And you and I just kind of stumbled across each other and like, whatnot. I'm glad to see you're in here, man. These guys are a good group that you're hanging out with, and I've seen you in a couple other spaces now, connecting with some of the more uh, interactive communities and kind of getting to learn from them and just the individuals in here. But you're a very smart dude, and I'm glad you're kind of stumbling around and figuring out, different places that you fit in. And what you brought to the table tonight was excellent conversation and well thought out and whatnot. So I just wanted to give you a few flowers, my friend,
oh, thank you. I'm
coming
not
into
I'm
the
not used
space.
to that, so that's about all you'll get from me. But thank you.
Well,
I
I think
appreciate
it's
it.
just, yeah, absolutely, man. We're all, retail is getting smarter and smarter. So you guys were talking about Gasparino and all this stuff. Retail is actually, over the last year, because I've been around for about a year, and the GME days and all that stuff. I'm not part of that generation of retail traders. I'm just not part of that. But over the last year, I've witnessed a lot, learned a lot. I mean, I know Finn and Captain. We've been talking for many months, and just the growth of the retail community and getting smarter. Um, and so I think it's really cool. Retail's getting smarter. Um, Finn, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. I still like dabbling in the meme stocks and whatnot because if I could just transition just a little bit, I think corporations and CEOs are just starting to figure this game out as well, playing against what they're up against. Um, and so I'm in a, those that know me, I'm in a given stock right now. I have very high hopes that the CEO is actually listening and realizing, the game and the field that they're playing on. Um, and so, I'm watching, I'm playing, but I'm watching. I think that's the next step. So retail is getting smarter. Maybe CEOs will start getting smarter. because we need both sides of the coin here on the same
Right.
page. Go ahead, Cap.
I was
What you
gonna say,
got?
what's the ticker?
If you know me, you know the ticker. We don't need to say the ticker. But I do like
No, no,
this
no. What is
ticker.
the What is the ticker?
I
The,
think it's ALPP.
ALPP. Oh, this is the piece of
Oh,
crap.
Wait,
This
uh,
is the
wait,
piece of
that was
crap. Get
first
out.
of.
Get out. Get out. Hold on. Hold on.
Hang on,
You
my
said
bad.
you said you don't want to be in that. No, I'm just kidding. That's a one of Serfdom's favorite tickers, actually.
it's an investment, of what old bag holders say. But I am heavily bullish on the company. I'm pretty pissed off at them. Sitting in your guys' BBIG communities, a lot of similar things have kind of taken place. We just got hit with the preferred shares with no vote, so that was made me really happy for Christmas as well. But outside of that,
Wait, they issued preferred shares, but they didn't have a vote.
they own majority vote. So
Oh, okay. Okay,
what
yeah.
do you do? I mean, you throw it out to vote, it's just not going to proxy well. So they just went for it. So rip the band-aid off. We'll deal with it later.
so
Not
I'll say my
not
I'll
financial advice.
so I'll say my ticker, and yeah, this is definitely not financial advice either. But NVOS, that is a play that I'm in. Um, the CEO has got himself in a little bit of a pickle as far as releasing PR and stuff like that. But the attempt is just something different than I am used to because I've been nonstop burned by CEOs saying one thing and doing another for the last year. Nonstop, nonstop PRs, nonstop fluff, nonstop this. And I've been burned every single time. And this one feels a little bit different, but and it might not work out. It might not work out. I don't know. Um, but I do have a little bit of faith because they're attempting to do something different that I have not seen another CEO do. Uh, just doing like creative financing. Mark Bazil keeps talking about this toxic lending and dilution funding. This is what's burning small caps. Finn was calling them meme stocks. Yeah, they're the small caps. They're highly volatile. They're just up and coming corporations trying to raise capital, and they got to keep the lights on. Blah blah blah. And you got the ones that are really notorious that are CEOs just putting money in their pockets and lining themselves up, and the board and everybody else except for retail is paying for it all. Um, it feels like a different approach. Maybe it's not the right company, but I think if it is, it'd be one of the shining stars, one of the first that I know of personally. I'm sure there's others out there, but understanding that the toxic lending, the dilutive funding, it's killing them. It's killing companies. It's killing them. Um, and it's not easy in that small cap market to get funding, to raise money, to you know continue going publicly and grow as a corporation. So I have high hopes for this. I can't say much more than that, but we'll see how it plays out. I know we all know Frank Benedetto. He's worked on a project that he's been working on personally with like CLNV, not doing that route. And it's taken them a lot longer to make things work, but they're trying really hard to do it the correct way and not get caught up in that vicious cycle where retail jumps in, everybody loses money, and the lenders all pocket the money and see you buy, and the company goes bye bye. So I think that's why I was saying, retail is getting smarter, but I think the companies, CEOs are starting to get a little bit smarter as well. And maybe those are kind of the diamonds in the rough. Who's the CEO that's willing to stand out in the crowd and say, I'm going to actually take this company someplace. I actually care about retail. I actually care about, where the company's going and not just lining their own pockets. So that's kind of my little rant for the evening. But we're watching. I mean, there's no guarantees in the market. We all know that. So definitely don't follow me in my play on this one. But I'm testing the waters. Got my toes in the water, and let's see where it goes. Is this CEO going to be different, or is it going to just be another one? So
Okay,
I'm watching.
hold on. Now tell me about a $1 billion gold bullion backed bond.
I'm
Tell
still
me.
That's
learning.
like a lot of
Uh, Jake, what's
Peter
happening, man?
Piper. I
This
thought that
is
was
the
like a
wall that
riddle.
always comes up with NVOS, isn't it? The
That was like a tongue
and it's
twister.
hard to understand where they're going with that, and it's hard for retail to understand where they're going with that, but they're definitely working. They're working something in the background. I don't understand like the litigation process to approve all that. I think that's like I think you were able to kind of shortly get a space with NVOS. Josh, I don't remember exactly how that played out.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother topic in itself. But yes, I was able to host a space with the CEO, and
And
but it was a very short time span, and I was limited to the questions that
and
us as retail.
you guys did get like an
That's pretty
update
cool.
in last week prior to Christmas, right? Which it seems like they were ready for.
What did you say? Sorry, Serfdom. I think
You did
got.
get an update on some of that bonding into last week, didn't you? Through some
Well,
of the filings.
MDS?
NVOS.
No, I was saying MDS. I wanted to MDS. Check my math on this. What is 12.5% of $1 billion?
I have absolutely no idea.
125 million.
Thank you,
Yeah,
somebody.
125 million.
That is correct.
Yes.
Jeez.
I'm under
So is
the
that
weather. I don't even know where I'm at right now.
so is that like year one? Is that what they have to pay? It's per annum. So that to me, but they're not getting the full billion, right? Like
So
how is this? Where's
here's my
Jake?
here. Well, Jake could jump in here too, because Jake's been part of some of these conversations as well. So the way that I understand it is that it's backed. It's so basically it's collateral. So they haven't exercised anything. So it's not really a line of credit. It's more just a backing if they take out a line of credit that, the bank says, oh, well, you've got this backed collateral to do something. And me personally, what I think it is part of is, and Rob, the CEO, talked about this as part of their global expansion plan to, infiltrate into some other markets and grow the company. Because right now, NVOS is not profitable standalone, but they can use that money to maybe buy another company that is profitable, that's in their sector, that's part of their, whatever, and bring it under their wheelhouse. So the way I understand it is that it's just a backing. It's like a guarantee.
Is
Um,
it easy to speculate that there might be like another acquisition pending on the table?
Well, what the hell else would you do with $1 billion? It's not going to
No,
be cash in their pocket. That's
th-
what that's the whole thing that everybody was kind of questioning. Like, well, it's not, yeah, $1 billion. So they just got liquid cash. No, it's more of a backing to, finance this, finance that. That's the way I
Yeah, so
interpret it.
like a potential like asset leveraging to run into another purchase.
That is the way I understand it. Jake, did you have a different perspective on that? That's just my understanding. Did you have a different perspective? Because I know you've been around.
I honestly I'm a little bit newer with that company to be frank with you. I've heard like you talk about it and elaborate. But I was just curious, what is their
Well,
product? Like, what
to
do they
further on
sell?
that, a lot of companies like to do this to generate more revenue streams, is build up their subsidiaries or their umbrella, and
But
it's a
what are
commonly
they selling? Just curious.
used thing where companies want to promote growth and revenue streams and kind of soup up their book work, and then open other revenue streams as well. So
Can you hear me okay?
it
Jake,
could
yeah,
play out very
Okay.
interesting.
So what's
it's
their
cer-
revenue stream? Like, what's their creation of revenue for that company?
they well, their mission is to kind of decentralize healthcare. So opening up resources that are kind of non-traditional. Um, so like telehealth platforms to, I think they're into some nutraceuticals and stuff like that, more of the holistic type path. Um, but yeah, so that's kind of what we know a little bit about the company, but it's not super profitable at the moment. Well, it's not profitable. Um, but yes, I think what Serfdom was just saying as well, and that's kind of leaning around my own thoughts that they might be able to buy something that maybe is profitable, and they can add that all to their balance sheet to make the company the umbrella, showing positive growth, positive cash flow. Um, that's what I think that is. But aside from that is some of the cash deals. So the alternative financing. So right now, the company needs to raise money because they're not profitable. So they have to raise money, and they're taking a path of alternative financing. Um, One of the big discussion topics is this gem deal. What the hell does gems have to do with um, holistic healthcare? It really doesn't do anything, but what it does is just a network of connections, potentially facilitating a deal to raise money, and we think to raise like a commission on it. It's a way to raise capital without doing like dilutive funding, where they just go out and say, "Oh, we're going to give you a bunch of shares and warrants, and give it to some toxic lender for them to just come in and short the hell out of the stock." Anyways, they make money, the company goes under, and we're all kind of sitting in the same fucking place that we're with every other ticker that we play in. So that's what I liked about it, was the creativeness, even though it had nothing to do with anything. It was the creativeness and the thought process behind it. Now, if it works, awesome. If it doesn't, well, it's kind of like the Wright brothers trying to fly an airplane for the first time, and the wings fell off and it hit the ground. At least they tried. It
Right.
was a different approach to something, and that's what I like about it personally.
Well,
Hey,
they're based out of my neck of woods here. I can always go and kick in the door for you. I
hey
won't say
guys.
Josh send me, but they're about a 45-minute drive from
There you
my
go.
house
Drive by the
currently right
headquarters.
now.
See what's going on. Well, I know we've done that before. It was an ice cream shop.
Hey, I
It
just want to say,
literally was.
did I saw Ted Kramer down there. Did he have something he wanted to say on this particular?
Ted?
Hey, how's it going? No, I was
Oh
just
no.
chiming in, trying to. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. No, I was just when you asked about what the $1 billion is. It's exactly what they're saying. It's collateral to go out and get financing, and their first order of financing is they're trying to get an unsecured promissory note for, I believe, 57 million. So in order to get that financing, they have to have
Did
this.
we lose you, MDS?
No, I can hear him.
Can Serfdom, can you not hear Ted?
I cannot hear Ted.
Okay. Hold on
He
one
is
second.
shown as
I
a
I can
listener for me.
I can hear him as well. Ted, you're speaking just fine. Jake can hear him.
No,
Okay.
you were 100%
Yeah, I
good.
can hear him.
No, please go on, because that
No,
was riveted.
yeah, I'm just going back what they were talking about. But that's where I see it go. I'm not in this uh this ticker symbol at all. I just jumped on a call just like this one where I'm starting to get into these spaces and learn a little bit more. But yeah, I go through 10Qs, 10Ks. I go through all the S1 stuff like that. That's kind of where my place is. I've been in and out of entities going on 28 years, and I do a small portion of it within the nano stock, which is what we're talking about right now. This company is 18 million market cap. So kind of some red flags that automatically come out to me is an $18 million market cap, but they're getting an unsecured promissory note of 57 million. A lot of shares outstanding. Haven't really dug into the convertible portion yet of it, of the dilution of the past dealings, but that could probably come into play if there is anything out there. But yeah, to their point, just digging. I've been just digging, just kind of following it. But that's all I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, great point, Ted. And I think a lot of us are starting to digest this as well. And that was something that Serfdom was talking about. These communities are super cool because, for me, reading an 8K or a 10Q or something like that, dude, that's so way over my head. I need somebody else that can articulate it for me and explain to me what's all in the legal mumbo jumbo. So me personally, I'm not very good at that. So I rely on other smarter individuals that understand those documents and help articulate them. Um, but yeah, this one's an interesting one. It's different. That's why I like it, just personally. It's different the way that they're attempting to do things. This billion-dollar bond. Um, the company put out some tweets last week, trying to clear up some confusion on that and the legitimacy of it. Um, I don't know that it was real clear because it did kind of confuse retail a little bit. Um,
All right,
but oh, go
all
ahead.
right,
Go ahead.
all right. But Josh, what at the end of the day, what do they have that's worth more than double their market cap right now?
So the big thing on immediate catalysts right now is this gem deal, which we don't know the numbers exactly. Um, what um, what is going to be the result of this transaction? But the way it sounds is that there's going to be millions of dollars cash on hand. Cash on hand. So it's not a debt, it's not anything, it's cash on hand. But they have been negotiating deals overseas in India, Turkey, I thought Turkey, India, Turkey, and someplace else, expanding global market like reach. So moving outside of North America and doing more of a global outreach. But yes, this $1 billion is more like backing if they can show and get the credit or the financing to do something like Serfdom was just saying as well, that they can purchase something that's already profitable or going to be
But
profitable.
I think kind of going back through the ticker history as well is that the CEO knows that he got into this loop of toxic lending and acknowledges that he's trying to fix that. And um, Josh and you guys and a few other guys and a few other names we know have been sitting on this W Tech. He must be working quite a bit or spending time with family. He usually likes to sneak in, but you've definitely gotten the CEO's attention with all your guys' activity.
Yeah, 100%. They're not big on Twitter. We've recently got them more active on Twitter. And it's because of our loud voices that we were able to get even the brief 20, 30 minutes that we had with the CEO, because we raised our voices. Um, and they were acknowledging it, and you're 100% correct. There was, and I think Ted was kind of just touching on this, like, having to go back through and figure out where, outstanding warrants are and blah, 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 and all that stuff that is dilution capable. Um, yes, as far as we know, that was kind of we didn't quite get to that question in the live space call with Rob. But the toxic lending, the convertible notes, stuff like that, I don't think they have much left. And he recognized, because it did throw the company for a loop, and what happened in the share price resulting ultimately in a reverse split. Now it's a micro float, and and a reverse split. Now it's a micro float, and
Space just ended.
Well, no, what happened was
It did. It did. It literally made a noise and then it dropped.
that's great. Oh, it was. You know what happened was it was an aptly timed space from MDS actually, because MDS throws in the sound effects.
Oh,
That's
must
Must
have
have been some
hilarious.
sensitive information. That was like, the Twitter gods booted us.
all I heard was RS, and it just automatically stopped.
dude, I am notorious, and that's why I just texted Captain or DM'd Captain that I am notorious for crashing spaces. Maybe I should just drop my mic and not talk anymore, and you guys can happily go along.
Well,
Yeah.
and I figured out what the problem is when I'm messaging someone like in my real life, like I'm on my text and I see a text from Twitter, and so I'll just hit that, and that will jump me into, one of my hundreds of other profiles that's not hosting the space, which
Well, that's why you need Captain co-hosting, so in case you drop out of this one, at least the other one's still holding the space.
no, but I had him as a co-host. It's weird. It's that for some reason will boot you and boot you in, where sometimes you can save it if you like just close the app if you have a co-host. But if you switch accounts while you're in the middle of it, it doesn't help. It's the worst. But in any ways, let's continue.
Well, I don't even remember what I was talking about, so maybe somebody else should take the mic before I crash the space again. But no, yeah, I was just saying, the reverse stock split that lending, put it there. I don't think there's much left for exercisable warrants or anything like that. I think the company is, you know, highly dependent on these couple of deals. So that's kind of where I was near my final thought on that, unless somebody had another question.
No, you were making a good case in point for not doing toxic financing, essentially, right? And I think it's interesting that company to be resourceful enough to come up with a way of which of fundraising for potentially, obviously advancing their needs. And if they need to do outreach and get a subsidiary or you partnership or acquisition, it's going to cost money. But you don't want to get into those detrimental, death spiral, convertible notes, warrants. The toxicity of that with financing will just inevitably ruin your stock, your value, and you don't want to dilute, right? So there's actually a company that just came up with a year warrant. They have a partnership with this $2.5 billion evaluated company that's IPOing in early 24, and it's called Infinite Reality, and it's AI based technologies. So the ticker name is Greenage Generation, which they came up with this financing for capital raising the CEO rather than diluting or going and entering into like a toxic funding agreement. He did a partnership with this company that's going to be IPOing early 2024, and what they're going to be doing is revenue sharing. So the company Gree, can buy their stock and then vice versa. The cool thing with the CEO did was the strike price of where they can buy is $7, and at the time the stock was trading around 5 when like the announcement came out. So rather than obviously those convertible notes, a lot of the times they get all these discounts and they can just short it down and make money, yeah, because they're always ahead with premium. This is kind of enabling another company to invest in us, but when they are investing, they're buying shares for $2 higher price than what the company was sitting at, so it doesn't devalue the company as well. So I like this guy. His name's Jordan Kovler. He's really intelligent. You should look it up. The cool thing with this company, like revenue wise, so they're a crypto mining company, right? They have one of the lowest costs for mining because they own a power generation company. So they make power and they sell, the excess power to the grid and make money and revenue that way, being an energy based company. But they have inverted Bitcoin mining machines. Aside from that, they're getting big into AI, which is huge because if you're hosting for these terminals with this high CPU and you're hosting, terminal space to these companies that need it for like chatbot and immersive experiences and metaverse and so on and so forth, whatever the company needs to rent out your bandwidth, your space, your terminal for, it doesn't really matter because that usage you're going to create revenue. And the biggest thing right now with AI is like it's hitting capacity. So they need more bandwidth. So you need more terminal, you need more load space. And that's what this company is going to be doing, which is basically being the servers for Web3 and some groundbreaking technology with AI. Meanwhile, they're able to make this revenue with these other companies that are kind of using their terminal hosting space essentially. So there's different revenue streams coming in. But the cool thing to raise more capital right now, that Greed did was exactly to reiterate what I just said, which is having the company evaluated at $8.30 and saying, all right, to this company, if you want a partnership, then you can buy our stock for a $2 higher strike price than the value it is right now, and we have the ability to buy your stock when it IPOs for an assigned value. So it's kind of cool. I thought it was very innovative, and I haven't seen a lot of capital raising deals that companies have done that was reflected that way, which was interesting. But yeah,
So,
another case in point, just to throw it out there, this year they reduced 85 million in debt as well. They did a restructuring, so they like filed for Chapter 11. They came out of it. It's pretty strong. This guy Jordan Cavalier was there the whole time, and that's why like it hit that 155. some insane volume came in, like 26 million. All the whales knew, they bought in low, and they launched it. And from there, it's been like bouncing off like $7, $9, coming back down. Now it's going back up to like $6.60. We'll see. I think that there's some good future with this, but who knows? I might be wrong. No financial advice. I'm not telling you to buy anything. But anyway,
So, Jake, you bring up a question that I would pose, even bring it, I talked about NVOS as well, and, bring it more down generically. What are your guys' thoughts on just, retail getting smarter and CEOs and corporations getting maybe smarter and looking at alternative financing instead of the standard, dilution type financing that's we've all seen it 1,000 times. What are you guys' thoughts on that, on CEOs being or boards being more creative?
yeah, they're being way more resourceful. I totally agree. And that's the only way that you're going to be able to counter the manipulation and fraud that they've already masterminded and, manipulate the market the way that they've been doing. I mean, it's patternistic. They've done it multiple times. They've gotten caught speeding tickets here and there. But the amount of money that they make is not even, it's a, grain of salt to the fines. It's asinine, right? They're not going to stop doing what they're doing. If they're making $1 billion and if they pay out 50 million as a fine, then obviously they're going to keep on doing the same thing. So the regulations do not work. That's the problem.
Well,
But
the regulations do not work, but I mean, it's a tough balancing act, right? Because you want the capital markets there to be there for capital to be available, so that entrepreneurs and investors can profit long term, right? I mean, there is a utility there, but that utility gets distorted because all the various players come in, and it becomes the playground of of
And
everything,
and
right?
certain tickers reach this threshold where they're kind of left back to where Mr. Rick was talking out there with the loan sharks, where these notorious companies come in, where these guys, they know they need money, so they're gonna hit them with high rates, they're gonna hit them with high warrants. And I mean, it's just it's a crazy balancing act, right? Like, let's just say they make it. They're going to make it. The company's going to make it. But these guys, they don't care if the company makes it or not. They're going to make their money through that financing. It's like taking a payday loan from Walmart. They don't care. They're making their money off of you because you came there for their business. So they'll shop all these CEOs, I mean, all around the board, and they beat them up. And name drop Frank, but Frank is pretty good about explaining that stuff
Well,
because
yeah,
that's exactly what they do.
that's exactly what Frank said. So just going back to CLNV, he said that they used what, Walleye or whoever that was, and he said Walleye was like very, very accommodating. They needed to raise some capital. They needed some capital, but Walleye's been very good. But a lot of these easy, you know, payday loans, they just hurt everybody because they're so easy to get. I mean, it's like they're all, it's like what are those jumping carp out in the Illinois River? They just come
They
like
just
flopping into the
flying
boat.
in your boat,
And
yeah.
yeah, and they're going to knock you out of the boat as well and take over
Oh, it's
control.
ridiculous.
uh, but that's how they are. It's not hard to get those payday loans. And, if you've ever been in a payday loan, that's hard to climb back out of. Once you get into it, it's hard to climb back out of. But yeah, some of these companies do need financing, and there's just not enough quote unquote good guys out there like, Frank was working with on that one. But, they still need to take that and pay that note off and get that cleared up and move on because it is still dilutive. But they're being mindful of how they call them very gracious. and what they do and how they've exercised. So yeah, it's a new topic.
And I think you're right. Like, CEOs need to match the next level. And everybody's getting smarter. We're realizing this this is taking place, and it's developed a bad enough, you know, funding means the stock's going to go down, and retail's figured that out. And then with funding typically comes, um, that spike downward, and then who knows what's behind it, and it starts this snowball effect where, instead of just picking up a piece here and there, it gets so big that it's they almost can't control it.
So, what are your guys' thoughts on the approval of the ETF for Bitcoin, for the spot approval? Do you think it's going to go through? Do you think it's not? Do you think it's going to impact Bitcoin to be positive or bullish? Or are you bearish with the outcome? I'm just curious.
I think it's going to take them a lot longer than it's just going to happen. There's a lot of
All
security
right,
laws that they have to go on that.
for everyone listening, explain what you're asking, Jake.
So, for the first time ever, institutions are getting into a ETF, are trying to, they're filing for it to the SEC to approve it for a spot ETF on Bitcoin. And it has to be a one-to-one cash conversion, supposedly, is what I've read about the amendment so far. But there's been like 9 amendments filed, so it's pretty tough to keep up with because every time fucking they critique and modify, and you gotta read the legalese, and it's really
Yeah, and this is where like this gray zone of security laws kind of kick into place. I like crypto. I've traded crypto, but what happens, and what has been currently happening, is you have cases like XRP and all these other Binance and FTX. You have all this market fraud that's been taking place, and then cases where it hasn't been happening, and they don't have the clarity necessary, at the moment, to kind of draw the line and go, here we go, we're going to sign X on the paper, and now it's approved. And I think it's going to take a little more time than what retail and other people want to do. But I think when it takes place, it's going to be a pretty wild thing to watch. I think it's going to happen. I don't think there's a way around it.
So I agree. I think it's going to happen. Supposedly, it's supposed to happen in January, right? Is what all the dates for the filings are, and there's already registrations with ticker names that are kind of already situated. So it kind of looks like the process is taking place, just hasn't gone through, essentially, right? So they might stall it, is the question. But I think it'll be bullish. I think it'll be bullish to start, but I think they will use that inevitably to control it as well and short it down somehow. They'll utilize it to manipulate it and gain control to have it go to where they want. But I think originally, like, it will run like crazy, past an all-time high, definitely, because institutional buyers will want to get in. And the thing about Bitcoin is you can't just, like, it's not like money where you can just print it and print it and print it, and there's cause and effect with inflation or deflation or hyperinflation, or there's a lot of different cause and effects. But with Bitcoin, you can't do that. So you can't you know, just devalue it, so to speak. So people are going to want to get in as early as possible because they think inevitably it will just go up. But I think they will use it to drop it and then, try to scare people and capitulation again and then buy back in the bottom. Yeah, so that's my prediction. I think it'll go probably close to 100 and then it will come down hard, probably like below 40 in the 30s, and then it'll bounce back up. But we shall see. But yeah, so that ties into that company that I was talking about, to reiterate, which is GREE, ticker name GREE, with Bitcoin mining. Because a lot of these companies, I don't know if you saw it today, like Bets, and I'm not in it because I don't think the fundamentals are as good personally with what I've read and what I've my DD. If you are, God bless you. But it traded like 2.4 billion shares today, so that's a record. If you look it up, that's a Guinness Book of World Records right there. In one given day, it traded 2.4 billion. It was insane. I saw it.
Did the price change?
Oh yeah, it went up.
Oh,
And,
okay. I mean, sometimes it
but
doesn't. That's what I look for.
yeah, that's true. We've seen that before. Well, CEI is another one that I've seen has been over a billion in a day, shares traded. I haven't seen a lot of tickers over a billion personally, but typically they're obviously penny stocks because you're not going to be trading $100 stock a billion times. That would just be insane amounts of money, obviously. But my case in point, and it has, a bigger float and so on and so forth. My case in point that I just wanted to bring up because you guys were talking about earlier, and it's tough to do because I think it's like the existential market. Like, I really think I'm a conspiracy theorist. I really think there's big boys at play, and these banks legit are working with the US government to short stocks with politics and Wall Street. And they're all in bed, all of them. And so that's why you see, the feds look at the reverse repo now. They're draining it because banks are running out of liquidity. They have no capital because they're doing sell offs at the end of the year. They're moving positions, tax purposes, blah, blah, blah. They got to clean up their books
Dude,
before they get audited for the next year and reposition. They need liquidity in January when they want to rebuy in positions. And also with crypto running, they have to run the stock market because if crypto runs too much, Bitcoin goes out of control, the USD will go down inevitably. Their blue chips would be devalued. So they're going to want to inflate them, take the liquidity out first, then pump Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So that's what they're doing. They're pumping the stock market right now, all the blue chips, so they can get everyone to buy in, run it up, sell off, and then get it into crypto, run that up, control it, sell it off, and then they think they'll be able to cover their positions. That's what I think is going to happen.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I think it's like I do think that there is a strategy to run up the market now. I mean, one begets the other,
Look at all
right?
the reverse splits. Look at every meme, like not even meme stock, just small cap. Every single one of them reverse split. You think that's like coincidence, or do you think that's a bigger person at play? I mean,
No,
if you
I
look
mean,
at it,
but look at
we've looked at all these toxic funders. A lot of them are all one and the same person when you tie all the money back.
but look at
There's
the
only a couple market makers,
but look
you
at
know.
the end of the day, right? Mullen's a perfect example, right? What happens when there's too many reverse splits? When you reverse split that, it goes crazy. When Cosmo reverse split, it went crazy. I bagged some of the shares I sold. I bagged over 100% on Mullen this past week. Now I didn't buy a huge thing. I didn't take a huge part of my portfolio and dump it into Mullen, but I definitely bought some when it was at 10 cents, and I definitely bought some when it was at 8 cents, um, just to see what would happen. And the next day, I was happy selling at like 16 and 10 cent, and $10, or what was it, 11? I hit 12, and then I saw 16 and I just had to get rid of everything at that point, you know? So I
Which
mean, so
stock is this?
Mullen, Mullen,
Mullen.
It ran to 12.
it ran to 16
Really?
after
I
post
don't
reverse
remember that. I
split.
was never in Mullins, so I didn't follow it as much. But I
Just
knew it
recently,
ran. I knew it had good volume.
Jake, last week this happened.
Okay.
So you're rich?
Not at all. It wasn't like it was just like, you know what I mean? I like to play the reverse split, so I play with a
Did
very
you
nominal amount.
did you RS your calls?
I don't buy options on the because it's never worth it, especially with like Mullen when you're at 8 cents. If you buy calls pre-split now, once
Yeah.
once puts get put in, I don't know, I might start eyeing them. But I don't know because we might be at the end of the reverse split train. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
good to play after the split when you're a new investor and you find the bottom. I'm agreeing with you, but it sucks to be that long time holder of that stock in that company, and that's what we were talking about before, which is just the CEO doing the wrong thing. I mean, for long-term investors, obviously, perma bulls do not want reverse splits, right? And it's crazy to see all these companies reverse splitting, and it's just another way for shorts to cover their position and get out of a bad position, or dilution, or convertible notes, or all these things are fucking bad. So that's one of the things, like as a group, I've definitely learned, and I look at filings and, I steer clear of stuff that I see any red flags from now on. And Mullen, unfortunately, now to me is like long-term investor wise, like, I don't know, scary. And like, God bless you if you're Mullen. I'm not trying to be bearish or anything, but just there's been a lot of dilution. That's all I'm saying. Am I
There,
right or am I wrong?
well, I mean, the changes in that narrative right now is that Basile is representing some shareholders of Mullen, or I think someone on the board. So he is now looking over the interests of that community, and then you have, and I don't know, it's an interesting case because
Well,
I
that's
mean,
cool. I
what
didn't
do they
exactly know that.
now? What do they have? Like 10 outstanding shares? Like after all of these reverse splits, I don't get it. Like how many? They had a lot of shares, but they've also had I think a 1 for 100, a 1 for 9, and then a 1 for 100, or was it a 1 for 20, 1 for 9, and then 1 for 100?
MDS he's got the stats on this. I think overall it was like a 1 to 22,000 reverse split through like a 2-year time period. So if you bought at the top of that, you got diluted 22,000 times into one share.
Into oblivion.
Wow.
And
Well,
do you notice that?
somebody made money on it.
Well, and do you notice that the reverse split, right? Because we have been kind of tracking the reverse splits, a couple of us, and kind of how to play them. But it seems like Mullen was one of the first within the new rules, because it used to be they could be like, "Oh, we're reverse splitting tomorrow. Sorry," at like 3:30, and be like, "Peace, everybody," and then you just watch the stock fall all the way down.
Well, can I
Mullen
interject
announced,
though? Can I
okay,
just say that like reverse split ratio is the biggest factor, and like if they did a 1 for 100, that's just ridiculous. Like I feel horrible for those investors. I mean, not that I'm condoning reverse splits, but if it's like 1 for 10 or something like that, and it's because reason being that the company's going up and it's being more successful, and obviously they're getting their filings back in order. Inevitably, that's one of the things to gain compliance is over $1. You need to be over 20 cents and blah blah blah. Like there's reasons why you do it. You need to, but geez, 1 for 100 is insane.
yeah,
Huh?
I mean, it worked out for anyone who bought right before the reverse split. So,
Well, that's good.
but my point was, I mean, what was it at today? It was probably at 10, I think. Um, but my point being is that you saw MULN.
A lot of times you just got to average down after the, you know what I mean? and know that it's going to pop after it finds the bottom after a reverse split. Typically it does because they start to cover a little bit, you know.
Well, no, and this is the thing. It prolonged, so it turned the fall into a 3-day event, where it used to be it would happen all at once. I don't know if that's preserving a floor or what that's doing to market dynamics. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts?
Josh, you're on it, bud. Your hand's up. Sorry for speaking before you.
Oh no, I'm listening to you guys on the reverse stock split stuff. I've got a different question to pose to the group, so I'll just wait while you guys hash through this one.
So, like Gree, for instance, I was talking about earlier, they did a 1 for 10, but because they kind of had to. So there's a company that, you know, obviously Bitcoin, they were like really all about Bitcoin mining, blah, blah, blah. And they had some air permit problems as like an energy company in 2021. I believe that's been resolved according to the 10K that came out, and like there's legal public information out that basically states that it's good to go. They just haven't like PR'd it yet, which I believe they will. They're just waiting for strategically something to do it with it to probably catapult the stock price, I'm thinking. But anyway, they did a 1 for 10, like they kind of had to. So they were doing a bankruptcy and they like restructured, right? And then they came out of it. And now that Bitcoin's popping and they're doing this AI deal, they have a lot more cash and revenue and they lowered their liabilities. So kind of like what you were saying earlier with Buffett, like you find that company that's, you know, in the ground that now is stable, restructured, and has good revenue stream coming in, and they don't proceed with toxic financing. To me, I'm hoping that this one pays off, but we'll see. But yeah, they did a 1 for 10. 1 for 10 wasn't that bad because I just averaged down a little bit, you know?
Didn't Mullen throw like new warrants in the mix right after their RS?
Yeah. Because they need funding. So do they have anything that's
So,
rolled off the line that they're selling, like car? So I
well,
know that they're an electric car company, right? Is anything like on the road, like registered driving, or is it concept?
let's see. One, do we have any Mullen bulls in the chat? No. Okay. So 2, I believe Mitchery does have an order with Wish for like 5 vans that they're going to deliver
From China.
From China.
Yeah.
And then he's got the decals coming in from I believe Spain. So I think it's going to be good.
He's gonna label slap them as well.
Yeah.
They're
Well, this is
like
the
the
criticism, right?
99-cent store Star Wars toys that are
This
rolling off the line.
and this is the criticism, right? Of every, of what was it, Christmas?
Companies that dilute their shareholders into the ground.
Well,
So
no,
what's their
of
revenue? I'm
him.
trying to look at their filings. I don't see any filings like of their Qs. Like
They're
what's
you're gonna open up the gateway
oh
of
boy. Why? What's their
fiery
revenue?
death.
Like for instance, like Gree made 21 million revenue last quarter, right? Their market cap is 40 million right now. So and like that's at Bitcoin in the 30s. Now it's like in the 40s. And with this new AI deal, and then they have a $6 million cash payment coming to them because they just sold off like this power plant in North Carolina or something to reduce debt by 85 million. So I mean that I can make sense of. Like if you look at a stock that has revenue of 80 million to 100 million a year and the market cap's 40, it might be a good investment. But like Mullen, I don't see the revenue. That's all I'm saying. Like I don't know how to invest. Like I get it. Like there's a lot of bio or pharmaceutical stocks that I have invested and make a lot of money because there's clinical trials or some sort of update or a buyout or mergers taking place because the what they're producing is going to be a hit, but they don't have revenue right now, so I get it. But yeah, it's tough. Like, so you're just kind of investing in a company that may make something to make money, right?
So I was trying to, I grabbed the revs and threw it up in the nest under that cap edge. If you want to pick at that, it might be up there more than once. It is. All right, I'm gonna remove one of them. 6 of them.
I don't know. For me, like those energy stocks, I think were a last year thing. Like not like oil or gas or commodities, not like that, but like EV wise. Because think about it this way: like you need cobalt, you need silver, you need a lot of the resources that just aren't there, and there's a production issue. So, and then not to mention there's also infrastructure issue with EV vehicles, to capacity. So I just think you're going to hit that kind of like funnel, and it's going to inevitably close the gates for a lot of those companies to make the sales that I think they need to be profitable. I worked in automotive, so like I know how difficult it can be for a car manufacturer to make money, as a startup, especially.
Yeah, so through 9 months, they've made the revenue is $380,000, and they are over 800 million net loss through 9 months of this year.
Yeah, see,
Fuck.
that's all power to
Well,
people.
so on the Mullen thing, I wish Frank was in
I'm
here
not
because
trying to be
Frank.
bearish because if any people are
No,
invested, I don't want to be an asshole. You know what I mean?
It,
So I'm
it
not
ain't
trying to be.
nothing but bearish. I mean, you can play RS plays. There's always some type of liquidity motion that kind of comes in through that stuff. But the company is a disaster, and there's no way they could ever sustain this stuff. No way.
But it's like people, to me, it's like people have short-term memory loss or something on this play because, like, in
Yeah.
October,
So
there were
another one
warrants
that I
for
was
like a
in that will be
dollar
interesting, and I just kind of
68
held the position just because at that point I just kind of
clear
want to
up
see what the
to
heck's going to
four
go on.
dollars
Is
and
TRK?
68 cents.
Hey, Jake, can you hear MDS?
I
Go
don't
on,
think.
MDS. Go on, MDS. We're
But
getting Jake back up
anyway,
here.
there was
Whoa, that was weird. I just glitched.
there's
Sorry.
warrants, that were in October, and I forget how many, like 103 million shares, or I don't remember what it was, but it was like the strike prices were anywhere from $1.60 clear up to $4, almost $5 a share, right? So, and this is October, and you're wondering like, okay, this thing was what, trading 20 cents, 30 cents? I don't know. It wasn't even close to any of these prices. And then you have a reverse split, and here you are, sitting at $16 and it's dropped down to $11. Well, these are all in the exercise price right now. So it's like people wonder how they get this financing done. These reverse splits are enabling these companies to do this. And to me, it's just nefarious. It's just that there's a breakdown in the system that's allowing these reverse splits. Like Mullen just blows me away with these three reverse splits in a year. That also has to probably be close to a record. I mean, they're breaking records left and right, but I mean,
Somebody's gonna outrun them.
yeah, but I mean,
Maybe
at some
next
point
week.
they're gonna have to be like thrown in jail or so. This is just, it's crazy. I mean, to be taking this kind of money from people with some sort of like bullish sentiment that they're putting out is ridiculous. But that's just my view. That's my personal view of the whole thing. I mean, the guy's out buying private jets, and the company is like everyone or some of you can seriously, say it's complete, you know, in turmoil. I mean, it's. But anyway, here and there, it's when you look at the numbers and you get in behind what's actually happening and how they're doing this, it just it makes it makes it seem more nefarious than it really is. I mean, even if you're a novice investor, just doing a little bit of digging and then trying to play like this. I mean, an investor like Captain that, if you come in, he's not, okay, maybe he is holding long-term shares or something, but a way to maybe take that gamble or that chance is to do like what he was saying on the reverse split. You're buying the day of the reverse split or a day or two ahead of the reverse split, riding the reverse split in hopes that you do get that bump and you get a quick sell for profit. But most people are not, going to be savvy enough to do that. And then there's always the chance, because it's a gamble, that it doesn't do the bump and it goes down because people are looking at the numbers. So, I don't know, because I'm assuming they didn't know which way it was going to go either, and they're assuming. I mean, just looking at the numbers, what I saw was they probably do the reverse split. They probably hit their target, and then they'd still have enough wiggle room to get all of those warrants eventually, exercised, and they make their
Yeah,
money. Either way,
No,
either
yes.
way, they're going to make their money.
and it
And I
works,
got the warrants.
and it works until it doesn't. Like, so I think TTOO is a perfect example. I bought too
Yeah,
soon. It just kept dipping, and now I'm stuck in that stock
yeah. I
forever.
mean, it's a gamble, but but when it does work, it works. But it doesn't necessarily like it doesn't necessarily work for the long term holder that had already previously been in the stock. I think that's a different style, a little
Well,
different, harder situation.
well,
Yeah.
and if you don't get like overly, like if you control, right, moderate your expectation of ROI, like you can probably get yourself out of a situation in a reverse split as long as you, because you know the chart better than anyone. So, of that stock itself, sometimes you can, but sometimes it's TOO and you end up stuck in it, like
Yeah.
myself.
Well, I mean, that's the chance in all of it. I mean, because no matter how good we are or how proficient you are, how you get overconfident in your abilities, or the strangest things will happen, or they've got these better AI programs and they just suck the money right out of us. It's the wild wild west. I mean, we're out here, trying to trying to put more green in our pockets than we face the red days. Is kind of how I look at it. I want more green than my expected losses, because I don't go into this going, hey, I'm never going to have, not have losses. I'm going to have losses, but I want more. I want more green than the red. And
Hey,
on that note, by the way, for I mean, I know we got a small crowd in here, but on that note, I did get. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna get a little bullish here.
Call your
Uh,
mom, call your sister, call your broker. It is calls, calls, calls time.
nah, I'm not gonna go that direction. Well, we could go that direction, but no, I got a Robinhood account. I know everybody hates Robinhood, but there's a reason behind this. So I DM'd Captain. I got the Robinhood account set up, and I have put $1,000 in it, and I'll screenshot it here. Well, actually, it's 1,000, and I got $3 free somehow. So I guess that's a promo deal they do. So I got $1,003 set up in this new account, and it will be the new challenge account for 2024. So we will see how good we now. This is the first time I've publicly done a challenge account, and we'll try to justify this. It could go quick. We could burn this, blow up. We could blow up this account in literally a week. And we'll be doing a whole new account. No, I don't know, but we're gonna try.
Week
Uh,
two. So we
yeah,
have
week
number
two, I might
two.
blow this thing right up.
Oh man, it's all about like. But what do you do when you're going into that? Do you think of like position control? Because I mean, it's a nominal amount, right? I mean, it's like
It's hard.
right. So do you go? Because I mean, buying
So
Tesla at that point is not necessarily. I mean, you can, of course, you can buy $100 of Tesla if you wanted,
yeah.
right?
So yeah, and Robinhood's I kind of researched around. So the reason I kind of went with Robinhood for a couple of reasons, but for this particular challenge account, you can buy fractional shares, and the commissions or whatever are pretty much in the range for this challenge account because I think there's going to be quite a few trades to try to get a decent amount of profit by the end of the year. So yeah, bullish. And by the way, I'm not too excited about this because if you haven't been following me, I really do think there's going to be a downturn in the market at some point. Um, so this is also like a huge challenge for me because of my bearish side of looking at the macro stuff, and now I'm going to
Well,
do this challenge account, which is supposed to be
we're going to
massively
hold
bullish.
you accountable.
Oh yeah, no,
Well,
this
if
is
you're
Yeah.
bearish, probably don't buy Mullen.
yeah. Oh yeah, so this is totally accountable. I'm gonna try to post this at least once a month and see what's going on. I may not divulge every single trade that I do. I don't think I'm going that route yet, but I do want to keep an update of how the account's going and maybe some highlights here and there along the way and some
If I
lowlights.
can, if I can offer some advice from the meme stock portfolio, um, that's kind of what I do. So I don't necessarily talk about every trade I make, but every trade I talk about, I completely talk about the full life cycle of.
Yeah,
You know what
so
I
like
mean?
one I'm looking at to start out. This is gonna seem stupid, but I'm looking at some. I'm trying to think about this year coming up and looking for something that may have. There's not a lot to work with, right? So I'm trying to think of maybe having a little security blanket with some safer trades, and then maybe some high risk stuff. So one of the ones I'm actually looking at now. This isn't guaranteed. And this is not financial advice or anything like this, but a funny stock that I've been looking at is actually Starbucks. And there's some reasons for this because it's come down to fill a gap. It's been working its way down into the 90 some range, and it's come down to fill a gap. I believe there's maybe some reasons for this, but if it turns and this was a gap fill, then there is some upside potential. So I will say, for spoiler alert, that might be one of the ones coming into 2024 on this.
I do want to caution you though.
Oh yeah, we take anything, and this is a fun account. So
No,
yeah,
I'm just joking.
non-disclosure. This is an account. This is money that I can still pay my bills. This is if I went to the casino and threw it all on the craps table, that was a bad day for me, and I'll be okay. It's not jump off the bridge money stuff. But I just want to make sure everybody knows this is just something fun I'm gonna try, and I've done it before. I did it this year. Um, we I did it this last year. I did it years before with some friends. So I've been doing it. It's just I haven't really publicly um like tried to do one to see because every
And
time I go public with something, it just goes horribly wrong. So this will be a
well, and it calls. The thing I like about this,
I
I do think 95. It's there's some room for some downward movement if, but it's
so
a big
I
if,
have a
right? Hold on one second, Jake.
uh,
I'll get through it though. 5 years still on an uptrend. 1 year on breaking the downtrend, right? And you're right, filling that gap. I don't know. That's spicy. But if Starbucks dies, Bros flies. So you know where I fall on that fence, my friend.
I know, and it's
Go
a
ahead.
hard one because we've been in bros, so, right? So
Bros is at an all-time high
I
right now,
love
or at
I
least a
know,
local high. But what, Jake?
but buying at an
no,
all-time
I was gonna
high
say I
isn't
love
gonna.
bros.
Yeah,
The one cautionary thing I'll put out there is MDS. Just that I was talking to my buddy today, and I was like, man, like we should create like an ETF, like a hedge fund, like And what we should do is short all these go woke companies, because there's this pattern that is occurring with any gone woke company that they literally drop in value like by 50%, and we could make millions.
Okay,
And
but
stuff.
I will disagree in the fact that you don't mess with Becky. Becky ETF will always reign supreme. What I mean by that is like rich suburban white girl. That is Becky, and she will
Or the
continue
inverse
to wear
Kramer.
no, but she will continue to wear Lululemon, and she will continue to drink, $10 coffees no matter what happens, my friend. Like,
So could I jump in for a quick second? Can you guys hear me?
I'm just saying, I thought it was a good idea.
we can hear you, Josh.
Jake, can you hear me, bro? Jake, I don't think Jake can hear me. Am
Jake,
I
can
all
you
jacked?
hear Josh?
Oh no. I'll come down and come back up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You guys are so funny. I love listening to you guys. I'm making dinner at the moment. I wanted to ask my question, but I do have a quick comment. The Starbucks thing, yes, I just bought my niece. She's young, in her early 20s, and that's what she wanted for Christmas. So MDS, you might be on a roll there with that one. She's like, all I want is a Starbucks gift card. That's it. That
That's it.
she drives 20 miles just to get her coffee every single day. And
Yeah,
I'm
and
like, okay. And
so
I'm like,
here's
yeah, so your cup of coffee is like $15.
yeah, I mean, I get laughed at a lot, you know. I mean, a captain laughed at my upstart call and some other calls I've had, but
Never going to let this motherfucker down, I'm telling you.
I mean, I don't know. We could go as far back as a duck walking backwards on a treadmill, but anyway, the fact of the matter is in order to make a profit, right? That you have to look at something that's struggling, and then like you guys were talking about, the cigar box theory. You know, you want to be able to get another cigar box. So it has to have come down for you to have some potential to go back up. And then that's where your profit's going to be. If you're buying all-time highs, that doesn't make much sense in an account that I'm trying to get, gains in. So I'm gonna have to, this account challenges you because you have to look for a little bit of risk, and you have to look for something that could be potentially still fortitudely strong, that they're not struggling crazy. Um, but maybe they've been pushed down for a reason. So on counterpoint to Jake would be my counterpoint is the reason I'm looking at it is because it got pushed down from woke and even Bud Light and things like that. Do you think that Bud Light will stay down, even though they incurred massive losses and everything? Do you think that a company like that is going to fold up shop? Or do you think there's a potential to make some money if they get things turned around and people come back? That's and that's where you have to like. There's a chance. There's a gamble, right? And that gamble is no different than any other stock. You're taking a gamble on something that's going to work out for you, um, and that's the risk we all take. But um, I'm looking at some other things behind the scenes. Like Ted was talking about, getting into the numbers and dissecting some 10Ks and getting in behind the brick and mortar side of the building too, to see how strong I think the company might be if it can withstand some of the downturn. And I think there's upturn potential. That's all I'm saying. So.
Hey,
So,
MDS.
oh, oh, who is that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off. I didn't ask my question yet, but go ahead, whoever that was. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, this is Ted. So MDS, as you're going through this, this is good stuff. And this is not financial advice by any means to anyone on this call, but I highly recommend everyone take a look at Advanced Micro Devices, AMD. They came out with a chip that is very competitive with NVIDIA. And the only reason I went So this is what I do is first I go to my 3 teenage kids and I ask them, what are 5 things right now that you want to buy, and what product is it, and what company is selling it? And all 3 of them, within like 3 minutes, they're like, I want you to buy me a gaming system, and I would like this chip because of the refresh rates from the monitors. And so I went in before I even bought the computer for Christmas. I went in 2 months. This has been 2 months. I bought it at $93, and they haven't even come out with the chip yet. They're releasing it. This is the fourth quarter, and they took their time on it instead of releasing it like Nvidia did. And they already have signed up Meta, uh, Microsoft, because the chip is like way above as far as the quality versus Nvidia's chip, and they're going to take market share. So I'm not saying to buy anything, but if you're looking at calls, maybe 3 months, 4 months out, they will come out with their new guidance. They've already increased one guidance of $400 million for next year for this specific chip that they are implementing now. And I have a really good feeling they're gonna take some market share from Nvidia. So yeah, there's the call. If
Yeah.
you're gonna look at options, just take a
Yeah.
look at it at least.
No, I'm in 100% agreement with you actually. I don't know if you know this, but my family is big into both AMD and NVIDIA. We have been for years. Um, and my brother's a huge IT tech guy, so yeah, we have been in these. It's actually been really good for our family overall. So we follow both of them closely, and the funny thing about them is they complement each other. When one comes out with a better card, it puts pressure on the other one, and it's kind of like Boeing and Airbus. And so that's the way we look at it. There's only so many airline manufacturers out there. So when you're down to a market of only a couple, when there's no competitors around you really, you get into both of them. You buy Boeing and Airbus. Why not? Because each one is going to push the other one and advance them, and it's the same thing with Nvidia and AMD. So
Absolutely, yeah, they're creating that moat. I can just see it coming in the
yeah,
future. They're going to be above and beyond, and with all the tech that is happening in that space, I just think it's both of them will blow up even further.
yep, I'm in agreement with that. Calls. Where's our button? There it is.
All right, so I got my question because I'm going to have to dip out here in a second. So this is my question. I've been waiting for like an hour to ask this question. So MDS, you actually you kind of led me into the question as well. So you're feeling a little bit bearish coming into 2024, or at least 2024 as a whole. I've heard opposites. Obviously, none of us know what we're thinking, but I heard, it looks like maybe we're at the end of a bear cycle and coming into a bullish cycle. Um, but I do have since I'm a newbie trader, I've been trading just over a year, and I don't really remember, other than losing a lot of money, coming into January of the beginning of this year, because it's been so long ago. So can I ask your guys' thoughts on kind of the holidays? So the next 4 weeks coming into quarter one of 2024. So we have this week right now, which is a short week, starting on a Monday. Next week's a short week with a Monday holiday again. Then we have one full week of trading, and then we get into another short week with another holiday. What are your guys' thoughts over the next 4 weeks? Small caps, anything? I guess I don't know how to play beginning of the year. And well, that's the other thing. End of year, fiscal year, or just calendar year. What are your guys' thoughts on the next 3 to 4 weeks?
Uh,
Well, it's anyone's dice. I mean, you're gonna see some volatility this week, right? I mean, typically, because there's people trying to make a trade before the end of the year or something like that. But generally, most of your tax loss harvesting has already happened.
Yeah, because isn't tax loss harvesting, don't you have to like sell and not buy for 30 days to
Yeah.
qualify for this year? Isn't so? Wouldn't that have happened in like November, very beginning of December? When I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm new.
I mean, it
So
depends.
so each year is actually different, and there's a date. And I looked it up because we talked about it this last, I don't know, couple of space calls ago. But it's actually, you can this year, for whatever reason, you can trade up to the last day of the trading session, Friday. So there you go. That's what I found anyway. I could be wrong, but um, from
Are
what
we
the information
collecting?
I could find, and each year is different. They will usually, so usually this is how it goes. You need 3 days for your trades to clear and be able to be tax harvest. But for whatever reason, the number I was getting, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but they were allowing you up till the end of the year, which was, I thought that was pretty crazy. And I think Canada did not allow it this year. They were like clear back the 25th or somewhere around there or something.
Hey,
That
Josh,
that
just
that's
just
exactly why I asked the questions. Yeah.
just a question for you, Josh. I know you keep saying trading, so anytime I hear that, I ultimately don't even put in any type of like going into the numbers. It's all based off of liquidity, and it's all based of going off of charts. So are you meaning trading or are you mean investing?
Trading. I have some investment positions, and then I have some trading positions.
Okay, yeah, trading, you just I would go if you're going to do trading, I would look for liquid companies. And what I mean by that is enough shares that you can get in and out in a number of occurrences. Um, do not go to something that's illiquid because you'll get stuck and it's there's I don't trade myself. I'm a long-term investor. Have never done it before. The maybe the further or the I guess the closest I would ever get to it would be called swing trading, where I'd hold something over the weekend if some news was pending. But other than that, um, I just make sure it's liquid. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
don't buy.
yeah, I'm not a day trader, so I'm not in and out in a day. I'm more of yeah, like a swing trader. I'll hold for days, weeks, a month. But and yeah, that's what I would call trading myself. Just maybe it's poor choice of language there on my end. But yeah, trading. Yeah, I'm not a day trader or something like that. But yeah, I'm more of a swing. But I do have some longer hold positions as far as like investment type stuff. Yeah.
And don't get into ACI calls because they are illiquid as fuck. No one wants to buy it until it's in the money.
What?
It's the worst. It's the worst. There's like no volume on these contracts, but they're like someone's willing to sell it for $1 and someone's willing to buy it for 15 cents. So I mean, it that one's a fun one.
Well, that's why we're here, because we're learning, right? I mean, if we don't learn, then we don't get better. So,
That's right.
and someone told me years ago that education is very expensive, no matter how you get it.
Yes.
Hey,
Um,
slap one on the bed. I'll go buy it tomorrow.
so I did pick up one good thing today. I scooped up Tilray this morning. I should have scooped up GME at what it was like 1688, but instead I scooped up Tilray at the bottom where it was around 216, right around there. I bought $2 calls.
I think that was a good scoop.
That was a good scoop, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think tomorrow is going to be a good day. Let's hope. That was a good one. Should have bought more. All the ones Why do I always buy more of the bad ones, but never more of the good ones? What's up with that?
I think you buy plenty of the good ones.
Dude, we've had a good, like, even just taking a good look back, right? There are a couple plays, but I mean, beyond that's that's really, we're $10 over to $10 out of 17. That's over 60.
We went over Tilray like what, like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Tilray's been, oh yeah, and then yeah, I think if you can get Tilray in the 160, you probably want to buy calls, unless there's like dilution going on. If that ever happens again, if it goes, I mean, because who knows what's going to happen once SPY starts to come down. It might happen one day, probably not ever.
it's never gonna
We
happen.
Um,
I'm so deep.
we closed today like 1% away from all-time highs, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm so deep in the inverse of that that they will not let it come down now.
Did you do the like what I was doing? Uh the inverse SQQ, the leverage trading.
Yeah, I leveraged big on SPY. It's been an
Uh
ongoing saga for
I
me.
know, man. I freaking closed them out
You did?
last week. I closed them out last week because I didn't trust what was coming.
Never. Ride or die.
But I got a war chest ready for it. We'll see if I can catch one inverse day.
Yeah, I've talked about that before. Commitment, sometimes commitment needs more commitment. You need to be Jake every now and again. Every now and again, there might be a reason you got into your play and you just got to stick with it. But sometimes that doesn't work out either, as in BBIG and some other ones we've been in
or
lately.
or even this little ticker APLL or ALPP.
Oh, yeah, what was
ALPP,
it?
come on. Just forget about it, guys. Come on.
No, we fully hear you. Please, we are BB holders. We are like, so. Please, there's no, yeah,
We
no
know
shame
pain.
here,
We know pain.
Oh yeah.
dude. You know
That
what?
is an official ass clapping for me. I'm gonna out and just say that.
But even IEP, right? I mean, a week ago we were talking about IEP in the $15-$16 range. We're now $1.50 above that. That one's looking good, and I do think that that's a long term.
So, Cap, you and me kind of called SPY and said it was going to go to an all-time high like months ago, and everyone was like, "Huh?"
Well,
Like,
yeah, mine for utter lunacy of no reason at all.
well, here's the
He
deal,
says
guys.
that
The
just to spite
existential
me.
market, you got to look at the microeconomics. So, a couple things like outside of things, market always, pretty much always, is cyclical, right? So it
Oh,
runs when there's an election a lot of the times because who's elected wants to make a run. So people are euphoric under the ether. Oh, 401k is okay. Everything's fine. Let me vote for him again. So it's all falsified. That's one of the things. The second thing is obviously the inflation data. Third thing is the proponent to the rate. I knew rates were just going to plateau. They were not going to probably taper until the beginning of 2024. But the market always anticipates. So it's always foresight. It's always thinking ahead, and it's factoring, and it's baking it into the prices of everything. So, and then I saw the reverse repo draining out. So I'm like, okay. And then I see crypto running. So I'm like, all right, they're grabbing liquidity because crypto's starting to run. They got to start covering. Bull runs happening going into the election. Rate decrease, inflation coming down. Like we're going into a bull cycle, right? So they're gonna start closing positions. But what they do with these meme stocks, they short the shit out of it for now. They have that spot ETF on hold, so just put that in the oven, let it bake for a little bit, so we can control shit for now and just inflate stocks to get liquidity to start covering. But we don't want Bitcoin to go too crazy yet, so we won't approve it yet, right? So they have all these like meticulous, thought out, planned things. I think one deviation when something goes off, it's gonna be like a chain reaction. And I do think that they use capitulation at the end of the year, December. You know, a lot of people sell off because of tax purposes, so on and so forth, so they can grab more shares to cover the start of January is when they kind of like reset their positions. And that also has been a big, big month. January, February are like big months for small caps that run. I mean, for instance, BBIG. What happened at the beginning of the year? We ran to like 6, right? Just out of the blue. Um, and, you know, AMC, what Jimmy ran in January as well. A lot of
Well, and
stocks have ran in January just because like banks have low liquidity in January. They're cleaning up their books because they're going to be audited for the next round. You know, a lot of capitulation happened at the New Year's tax harvesting, blah, blah, blah. So they utilize that to then cover those short shares they can't find. So, and they utilize the price being down because they've been shorting it until the end of the year. So I'm optimistic in the notion
let's.
of some good small caps popping off pretty soon here. Start of January to answer your question, Josh.
Well, I mean, Jake, to your point, you look at the 5-year chart on GameStop too, and we are definitely at the point of a conversion of breaking a trend at least, or potential breaking of a trend, right? Because it's all downward trend until this October, and that could be part of a 2-year cycle from say 2001 to now. And it seems like the market does run on these kind of cycles. So I mean,
Well,
you
and
could
then
be
you have
right.
leaps coming up in January too, right? So that's a lot of the times they're trying to, you know, hedge for those options chains sometimes.
Well, gentlemen and ladies that are listening, um, but I do have to run here. I want to at least make my polite exit as I always do. Uh, but I'm eating a late dinner with the wifey, so I gotta accommodate. But thank you, Jake, for the response as well, and MDS and Ted, Captain, Serfdom. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to January. I think it'll be highly volatile for the small caps. Um, Keep an eye on my ticker. I did call this one, so we'll see if Josh is right or wrong on this one, giving benefit of the doubt finally to a CEO. But there's a lot of questions out there. We'll see how it plays. But love you guys. I love hanging out in this space. Thank you, Captain, for hosting, and I'll see you guys soon. But thank you, guys. I'm gonna take my exit. I'll probably listen in a little bit, but I'm gonna eat dinner with the wifey and try to give her some attention as well. But awesome, 2024. Let's go.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. Enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy, brother. Always good to hear from you, Josh. Yeah, my prediction is Greece. I'll hang my hat on that. MDS, you said Starbucks, so we're going with that one for you.
I just,
Ted,
I'm
you were AMD.
okay, but
I'm
wait,
looking into it. I didn't say I was going with it, Jake. I'm looking
Captain, you should
into
write
it.
this
hold
down,
We
on.
and then
haven't gone to
we
the
should have
start
a
of the year
reunion
yet.
space call. We should have a reunion space call February 1st. This would be cool to do, like for everyone in this. We'll have a reunion space call February 1st, and then we'll be like, all right, so who's up on their prediction? It'll be fun.
I'm buying Starbucks tomorrow, and I'm gonna
Oh
come
my
back next
gosh.
Tuesday.
You mentioned something. You just
I,
mentioned something in here, and people go nuts. I said I was looking into it.
Dude, I do want to say that Serfdom has done that like twice now, and it's both worked in his favor. I'm not saying that anyone should ever do some kind of lunacy like that, but I am saying like he'll grab things that I forget about and then show it to me, and it'll be like, damn. Like,
we're not gonna talk about the crazy crap that I like to do because last week, MDS, grab your soundboard. It was freaking cold.
All right, but okay, but one thing we have been talking about, because Jake, you say we should do a reunion. Yeah, we do it every week, Tuesdays after the big call. Uh, and speaking of which, we were talking about charge point, which is now at 251. It seems to be breaking away from SPY. It seems like a
Yeah,
lot of
it,
the lower caps have been, right?
I was in that before. I made a lot of money on that.
it's kind of capitulating and it's kind of like accumulating a little bit, and it took like a little initial pullback. What was that? From 2 weeks ago, but it looks like it's gonna maybe get a little healthy here again because we're starting to break that. It's kind of like a bounce area. Oh, right in our like 230 area, 230.
All right, I'll agree that it's 230. I think we'll get down to 230. Yeah. I see.
Yeah,
I think it's
that's kind of like
retraction.
your little bounce retraction. There's still a common gap there though. You're at your last known support uh currently. If you're gonna like PA
No,
it,
no.
it's
You
it's
got
in the
support
range.
at least at $2, if not 150. No,
Well, I'm gonna show you.
90.
I'm gonna throw one up. This is my area of concern.
You definitely have support at the
There's some support there, and there's some
2.
momentum. There's stuff building. That was a good that was a good call on your end. I made a little money off that.
Everyone makes money off my calls but me. It's
Yeah,
wonderful.
same.
It's a gift. We all love it. Thank you.
That's right, right? That's all right. Tilray finally paid me off, so I mean, I'm making something at something. Is Albertsons are they
Yeah,
announcing the merger yet? Has anyone
no, I
filled that
haven't
out?
heard anything. I haven't heard anything on that. I think who was that? Was that Abe that brought that up a couple weeks ago?
I think it was Abe.
He's
I
just been
think it was
hiding
Abe.
back here, lurking.
I heard we won't hear anything until the new year. That's what I've heard, which sucks because my calls I
I,
think end before then.
I've done a little research into that, and right now, currently, the unions are throwing a massive fit about this merger and acquisition. Now, unions have a lot of power, but things have to be looked into when the unions have concerns with things, and it's it's not like a massive delay, but everything has to be kind of raked and combed, and they're gonna want to look at everything because what they don't want to do is damage potential union pensions when mergers take place. Like in the past with other companies, they've wiped stuff like that off the table. So now it's become more of a delicate balance to making this merger and acquisition take place, is my understanding. I think so. It might take a little more time, and it's been on the table for, I believe, close to like a year and a half now, if not longer. Abe's still lurking.
Yeah, I just needed to
See,
get to like the 24. That would be great if tomorrow we could make that happen.
tomorrow, let's do it. Uh, charge point. So this is my area of concern. I kind of like drew a little arrow on it. it's kind of where this gap area is taking place. And what I've found is if that gap doesn't fill with enough like common shareholders, then the liquidity ran in, and then it's probably going to run out. But it's holding at that current level. So if you see that green dash line, it kind of runs across. So this is why you're kind of seeing a bounce off that price as well, is that it rejected trying to blow through the support. If you're
So
looking at that chart.
yeah. So it's so who's ever bought on that run up is holding for like $2 or $3
Yeah,
more.
more. And what you kind of got to do is chart, kind of chart out previous highs in that range. So if you go back and look at that gap, and then the big top wick off of that, um, that throws you in that 350 range of resistance rejection. And that's kind of an interesting area in a stock price as well, because it's starting to push so close to that $5 range. And sometimes you see a little run on these that get close to that $5 range, because then if it breaks that $5 range, the big boys can come in and play, and typically get um, a pretty wild liquidity event. You'll see like this giant candle kind of roll in. Some stocks to reference this week that ran pretty hard was Pol, Pol. I played a little bit with that one, but it was just no nonsense. Liquidity came in, it ran up, it ran hard, it ran it from $1 to $11 in one day. So kind of like almost like a Cosmo event, where they push these things up. But they can see what we can see, right? So they're looking at that same spot and going, we might pick at this a little more. So I usually give something like that where it's sitting at a previous support resistance level, like a pretty much a 50-50 shot, and you got to watch it pretty heavily. Not stock advice whatsoever, but
Good news on the challenge account. I just posted it. Apparently, I've made a penny by doing nothing. So this is awesome. we're green.
was that your free stock? Was that your free stock that did so well?
I guess. Yeah, I guess I picked Tesla as my free whatever it was, $3. So I got a fractional share.
Oh, geez, you're gonna be bag holding that one for a while.
We're off to a rocky start already.
Yeah, Tesla swings hard.
Yeah, we're missing Mark tonight. He's always got some wild stuff he's looking at. Must be family night.
Yeah, he likes those almost highly undervalued companies, but they do really good. Like the swings that they take are pretty dramatic.
So
I
I mean,
will say that yeah, on this challenge account too, that options are, I mean, I can play the options and stuff. So this won't be 100% just commons and stuff. So
that's right. It's not a Miggy Cabs challenge. Although my Miggy Cabs challenge took a hit because this weekend, I
uh
think I was talking with Serfdom, and I looked at Tilray and I thought it was at a good price. I still think it's at a good price. Um, but I was like, whatever, just buy me Tilray, buy me $10 of Tilray because I wanted to see if it would happen on the weekend.
huh.
It didn't. It didn't. It sold me it in the morning when it was at 249
Oh, it
is my
waited.
entry price. Yeah,
Oh wow. Okay, so this is interesting. You have to learn this stuff quickly
that's
because
right.
there's some that are available to trade 24/7. It says on Robinhood.
Yes, there are.
So
You know what's crazy?
what did you catch like a queued position and a bad execution at a market value?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got a really bad one for the day. I bought Tilray at almost 250. It was 249.
Yeah. So to avoid that in the future is put in a limit order
Well, I can't
and
do that on
set your price.
Cash App. I can't do that on Cash App. It doesn't have limit orders. You buy stocks in like transactional
Uh,
dollars.
and here's another thing, another warning to certain brokerages or certain liquidity brokerages. Some of these act as more of like an investment firm, so they'll throw you in a window and a 2 hour buying window, and that's where you fall in their queue position, and then it's numerical. So companies like Stash, a few others, um, if you put in an entry, you'll go into that 2 hour window, and then they just cut through the list. So if you're sometimes trading on a different platform, you got to understand how their buying cycles work. So you might want to look at what did you say, Cash App, and see what their purchase windows are
Well, I think it's
as
market
well,
hours. I think it's market hours. That's so if it's during market hours, you can buy the stock right then, and they give you,
instantaneously.
yeah, and you get like a pretty good spot price. But if you buy, they'll just, oh, we'll buy it, once, once the market opens, they just push it through because obviously didn't care. I just wanted it enough to push it through. And of course, you always know Monday morning is like open, is like the avalanche, right? But it is kind of interesting. I mean, that challenge is going to be limited because there's only, yeah, and you can only buy certain stocks. So I can't get as zany as MDS can in that challenge. In my other portfolio, I can.
Can you guys buy Bitcoin in your accounts? MDS and CAP?
I believe I can.
Robinhood, you can. Cash App, I think you can as well.
Yeah, I don't know about Cash App, but I was looking at the Robin. I think I can do Bitcoin. Yep.
You can also trade Bitcoin as much as you want in one day. Let's throw out my fun experience
Well,
for the week.
what's funny is I always get these alerts because I've had Bitcoin in some other accounts. I still get these alerts even though I have no coins apparently. My Bitcoin
Oh,
my Bitcoin saga is a complete dumpster dive. I, I
well,
if anybody knows my story, I got into all of the coins that were absolute 100% scams. I was big into SafeMoon. That dude's in jail. Um, anything. Anyway, all of the ones I got to do were complete scams. Um, so anyway, I haven't really dabbled in Bitcoin much. I have thought about getting into the major ones. I mean, I own a little bit of ETH and a little bit of Bitcoin, but nothing to scream home about. But I think from now on, I will stick to the big two. But I do get these funny alerts that come along my phone, and it's funny that like I think it's Solarium or something like Solarium. I might be not saying that right, but anyway, one of these comes across my phone almost every day, 6% up, and then 8-10 hours goes by, 8% down. 6% up, 8% down. So I'm wondering with this challenge account, I might need to pay attention to that and maybe do a couple little quick trades on that.
just just to show us. The, the, so what are
Crypto dips
you
can keep dipping.
considering?
That's
Like,
all I'm saying. Crypto dips can keep dipping.
yeah, they do that. I've gotten smoked a few times with the crypto stuff. I've done fairly well with others, so it's highly volatile, and you never know what's going to happen.
I pretty much found out what happens. They take your money.
There's guys that leverage trade that stuff. Like, they'll leverage their entire account, like a 1 to 100 multiplier, and just
That's
spend.
insane.
I've got a buddy that he was pretty avid about it, and he was doing really well. And I went over to his house one night, and it was pretty early, like four in the afternoon, and he was already just hammered drunk. And he's like, "You want to see what happened to me today?" It's like, I took this trade. It looked like it was gonna go through. I leveraged my account like a 1 to 50, and he in like 15 minutes lost like 10, 15 grand. And I was like, "Dude, what are you doing?" I was like, "I came over here to have fun." Like,
Well, and
that was,
that's the thing I have trouble with, and as you get older, you don't want to sit there and be on the screen 24 hours. Like I need sleep, I don't want to like sit there and sit at the screen 24/7 babying, monitoring stocks and options, right? And Bitcoin seems like I will never get sleep because it never stops trading. You go into the European market, then the Asian market, and it's just always go. I will never sleep when I buy that stuff. It's just like, oh my
that
god, what's it doing right now? you know?
the Doge coin run. Like, I was pretty well stacked before that. I literally set an alarm for like 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m., 8 a.m. just to wake up, look at it, and then go right back to sleep.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, we've all been there.
yeah. It's like what? What is this a lifestyle for real? Like, what am I doing?
I think most of them might, like, dabble in a little drugs every now and then just to keep up with their portfolios.
That could be a whole nother show topic there. Oh my
How
god,
about be big, or not be big, but big,
big. How's
still
big doing?
running 770
Well, that's because you had
as of
puts,
after
right?
hours. I have not gotten back into puts on this. No, I was thinking about it today actually. Um,
Oh man, after Jake just said it's a bull market we're rolling into?
I know, it's
What?
crazy. It's crazy talk.
Crazy talk, man. What are you talking?
uh,
The last puts I
wh-
don't think fared as well as we thought.
They did
I'm
not,
still
so
I'm
I am
still riding all
cautious.
my puts. Not big though. No big puts.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't because they will probably.
And
I don't know.
they got a nice push up. Like, they could push this up. It's a good run. in this area. Where's the volume? I gotta look at the volume.
Well, I mean, that looked like a pretty good cup, and there was the handle, and kind of shot up. So yeah, we could be going a little more here.
Yeah. Yeah, what was that giant candle there on volume? What happened like 8:29? That was a major volume candle. Oh, earnings. Duh. They just pushed earnings. So now it's pushing back up.
Yeah, and you know what they say, the bigger the cup, like the huge, like you have to go way out to find that cup. They say that's the more momentum behind it. That's theory.
Yeah, it's got a little more punch.
Yeah, that's all
What?
hogwash theory. I
What
mean,
the heck, MDS?
you phone call Jake and you say, Jake, is it going or not? That's it.
Jake's got it.
Jake's
We're gonna
got
go
it.
with Jake.
Got her back.
MDS, I thought you were gonna go a completely different route. Like,
Oh,
you know what they say, the bigger the cup,
it's kid friendly show.
the bigger the punch. That's what I heard. But hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, happy holidays and all that. Just gotta say what's up and yeah, MDS, I heard you got a Robinhood account now and you don't want to get into the cryptos because of the 24-hour, but did you know Robinhood gives you the 24-hour option as well?
I do know that, and it's killing me to even know that. But it's only a few stocks, I believe. Now, don't burst my bubble here and tell me it's all of them.
At least not yet.
Okay.
You know,
It's going to be
MDS,
a lot of coffee, and that's why I'm going with Starbucks and Bros.
you got me nervous on my freaking hood puts because you called out 15, and I'm like, oh no, it's looking a little bullish again.
Oh my gosh, are we going big? Oh man,
We're gonna see. I'm holding on to them. I'm still in the money.
what are we on Hood? What did we do on Hood? I forgot.
Well, we called Hood and none of us traded it, and then it went. Uh, where did it go? It went to like 13 something,
Hang on here.
1354, and then
Hold on. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I literally ran puts after the day we looked at it. I've done okay, but it's wicking right back up on these dailies.
Oh no, I think you're good on your puts.
I don't know,
Oh
man.
yeah, man, you're good on your
You're good on
challenge
your part.
account. Where's Serfdom's challenge account? Here we go.
I'm not doing it. Because if I threw you guys any of my crazy trades, somebody'd go lose $1,000 in 15 minutes.
I was gonna do that anyway. Oh, by the way, fellas, January 17th. That's the next update for the Kroger Albertsons deal.
Nice.
It
Really,
was
I really 2 days before options are expiring.
Oh man, what can I say?
No, but that's like, that's like a huge option day. That's totally planned, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What would MDS do?
I've stayed out of that one. I'm leaving it up to Captain to make his millions. I'm I'm fully engulfed in this stupid challenge account now.
What did you do? You did Albertson calls, right, Captain?
Yes,
You still on those?
I am.
And then
Yeah,
I did Kroger puts and closed those last week.
and they were good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. If I can sell my one on the 19th, I could have sold it for $50 today, which wouldn't have been a modest profit. Like, I think I picked them up for 45. So there hasn't really been any upside, even with the market screaming. I feel almost like if the market goes down, it might actually help. the share
It's
price.
probably like front loaded these like a year ago, and he's just gonna dump on all of us.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, that's been quite an advance, you know. But I've been looking at that thing, and you're right, Surf, about everything you've been saying. Yeah, there's like a whole union thing. Bernie Sanders is crying about it. So is Elizabeth Warren, right? They're like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. But when you look into some things too, there's also pretty a good pro argument too for the merger. It's just so that way they can stay competitive with Walmart, right? Because it's too big. And I guess that kind of makes sense too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, guys. But I mean, if they merge, I mean, it's just a simple, does 20 fit into 40? Let's find out, right? Of course, not financial advice.
Well, and it's not only that, but it's they got to face Walmart. They then also have to face Target. They also have to face um who's
Costco.
that? Amazon though too. Amazon Fresh. You know.
Oh yeah. So I'm wondering like why the Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are like, this is crazy. What the heck? And I'm like, what? Those other guys are making like a pretty strong case for it. I mean,
But
you gotta be
and
strong like that.
these are two actors that would never support a union to begin with. So
All right. Agree to disagree there, serfdom. But they're backed by unions. That's why they're there. And unions bring out Democrats to the voting booth.
Okay, I see. I see. Jake, what's your take, man? Flip a coin, heads or tails. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, bud? I really can't. I don't know much about that issue, so I'll say heads though.
Oh, lucky gentlemen, we're lucky. I think it's gonna be bullish. That's the type of
with
analysis you'll get in this room.
both of them, both Albertsons and Kroger,
Why not?
freaking hyperbole.
Just perma bull. Let's go.
Well, and then I mean, the merger's definitely going to go through it. It's probably going to be the death of like mom and pop grocery stores if there isn't already a death of them anyways.
Well, okay, so
But
I saw one detail that was interesting. They said in order to fight like antitrust laws, that Kroger and Albertsons were willing to give up like 80 of their stores, just to sell it to this, what was it, like Periwinkle, or I forgot what it was called, some kind of like weird like supermarket CNS, and so that way it's like a good faith, right? And those employees are complaining because the company they're selling it to usually fire them anyway. So it's not good for those employees, unfortunately, but for the long run, right? They still get their merger, right? They're only doing it for the antitrust laws, so
and
I
they're
mean,
called Piggly Wiggly.
Piggly Winkly, yeah, Periwinkle. I don't know where I got that from. That sounds kind of funny, but yeah, Piggly Wiggly. And I think there's like a huge history with them and like shorts and stuff, if I recall right.
Wait, is that true? I didn't know there was a whole short
Oh
Wiggly
boy.
pieces.
Yeah, I remember reading that. It was like the first naked short case. I'm not kidding. Apparently, somebody, the main owner of the Piggly Wiggly, bought all of the shares, and it was still going down, right? And he went to court and everything. He did everything he could to fight him, and it was like all over the newspapers back in like the I don't remember it, but it was like definitely
What
not anytime
MDS?
recent.
What was Mark talking about this last week? Is this the same company? The Piggly Wiggly? He okay, so Abe, this
Mm.
guy bought well over like 20% market value, right? Is that what you're saying? And then the stock kept going down.
Right, yeah. And then so he bought all of it. And he said,
Okay, yeah, this is what Mark was talking about last week. That's an odd coincidence.
it is. Where's Mark at, man? Is he at sea? Is that the truth? MDS? He said voyage.
It is 100% true. Piggly Wiggly is an interesting story. He didn't buy all of them. He bought all but like 1,000 shares or something stupid. Like almost every single share. There's like a few he couldn't get a hold of or something, or couldn't talk him out of. But the funny thing about it is when he confronted the SEC or whatever back in the day, the governing body, about it, and he wanted to slam the shorts, and he ordered the shorts to pay up, and they not only refused, they halted the stock or suspended it, and then they permanently suspended it so they would never have to pay him. It's the first MMTLP before MMTLP was even a thing. So when people think that this hasn't happened before, they've absolutely done it before, and Piggly Wiggly was the first one that was known to.
And then he went out and built a whole nother whole ass grocery store, right?
Piggly Wiggly.
Empire again. Isn't this true? I think.
I think so.
Oh
This
my
is
gosh.
insane.
Yeah, they never
I
did.
bet.
They never did pay up.
I bet. Like, imagine, like coming to a space and like I got clapped playing Piggly Wiggly.
I mean, can you imagine owning every share and they refused to pay you, and they just suspended your stock indefinitely because you owned it all? Pretty much made
I
them
think
go private. They said, they were like, okay, well, you own them all. It's a private now.
I might weld a couple steel plates to a dozer and drive through a couple houses.
Yeah, I think that that mentality has happened before in Colorado somewhere, if I remember right.
Yeah, he was pissed.
Might have had a little bit better exit strategy planned, but other than that, he successfully took down almost the whole town.
So yeah, Albertsons, huh? Might sell some stores to those guys, so those guys are still as that. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, that's pretty much the update on that one. Is January 17th. So fingers crossed if the FTC wants to continue it or they can sue them. I mean, it could really just it varies, right? I have no idea how it works there. That's why I'm hoping Mark was around. But whatever happens, happens. I actually just bought some shares, and I'm up $10. So I'm not like going nuts over it, right? But $10 is $10. That's a Starbucks drink, right? MDS, maybe.
Starbucks and bros. We can't forget our bros. Don't forget our bros. All time highs, bros.
I
Okay,
think I
so
like both of them. That's hilarious.
so
We might have called the actually Captain called that for way back. Captain's been on this bros thing. He drugged me into bros.
in one of my accounts though, like my average cost is like $64. So don't listen to me on bros. I'm a long term holder in that stock.
He's
Oh,
getting the
oh yeah.
tall vented latte run of that
Yeah,
one.
I'm sure they're going to innovate in some capacity, right? They're going to go blockchain.
No,
Grande.
they're expanding. They're expanding. That's why they need the capital. That's why they opened, because they want, because they have like a huge network on the West Coast, but they want to expand out into the East Coast. And they've made it as
Oh,
far as
they're not there yet.
Texas.
They're not there yet.
Yeah, no, they've made it as far as Texas, and they're almost to LA.
Oh, okay, that's kind of
Um,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, if they're already there on the East Coast, what are they expanding? The moon?
They have a lot of expansion they can do down in the South, Midwest, and East. They have a lot to go. I mean, they've dabbled all around, but to get a good, if they want to put a market dent into Starbucks or something, they got a lot of growth yet to do.
Isn't that kind of funny that you're both in that though? The Starbucks and like you think you pick one, right? Like one winning horse.
Yeah, but I've done no, okay. So I don't know if you were in here, Abe, but I talked about it earlier. Like with Boeing and Airbus. Like if there's two top dogs, why not get both of them? Because they're gonna push each other. and yeah, eventually maybe one falls, but it's kind of like Burger King and McDonald's or whatever back in the day. You find these competitors that end up kind of separating themselves from the pack. There's really no sense of not getting both of them. I mean, why just let one run? And it's like I do it with Mara and Riot too. If I'm gonna buy Mara, I automatically jump over and buy Riot because they're kind of the two top dogs in the Bitcoin miners. So
Did you look at the block ETF, the miner
the
block ETF?
the new spot thing they're gonna do.
No, this has been around for a bit.
Oh no.
So it's a block ETF, amplify transformational data sharing. This is all crypto as well. So I mean, it's probably got the same chart as Mara and everything else.
What's this multiplier?
There's no multiplier on it currently. It is BLOK if you want to look at that.
Hmm.
This is something I played around with, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It had a pretty solid run into 2021, like everything else on the market. Looking at like
Yeah, that's got the classic Jake symbol there. That's just a bullish chart. Just boom.
that's the J hook.
That's the J hook chart right there. Jake. He's
Gonna
probably
get
already
ya.
in on that one. That's got his symbol all over it, man.
It looks good.
It sounds like a really like phenomenal signature move for a basketball game. All right, and here comes Jake with a J hook from all the way downtown.
Yeah, that's a
No,
pretty
wait. What is this ticker?
pretty bullish chart.
BLOK. Just don't go into your elbow on that J hook.
Wait, is it bullish because of volume?
You know what I like about those charts is that one looks really signature-y, I'll call it. Like if it goes into a trend, it seems like it'll stay in that trend. Just looking at the chart, so I like those style.
I'm just not
Yeah,
looking. Like every chart is throwing me off because everything's at a high point. I forget that we're on a market
Yeah,
run.
yeah.
I mean we're on the rocket run, man. I mean remember it's calls, calls, calls. We're gonna go into from bull to euphoria and then into stupidity. And we could be between euphoria and stupidity right now. But we'll see. And my thesis
Uh,
goes into this. So we'll go. I mean, I said, well, I'm worried that the market could, the macro, whatever, could start this downturn. But in all honesty, I think it's like other people are saying, I'm not the only one, but like, when you have presidential handoff, so the presidential handoff will be in November, right, of 2024. So at some point, they either run the markets up, it seems like, and then if it's Democrat and they hand it off to another party and say it turns, goes from Democrat to Republican or Republican to Democrat, they kind of, and if you look at the charts, they kind of just hand off this hot mess to the next party, and it just crashes on that new election deal. And they're like, okay, well now you fix it. so so that's kind of my thesis on what may happen is even if we are bullish, 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 and maybe there's like you say there's some maybe overextensions and they're doing this big Ponzi scheme right now with interest rates and and my price of milk that's $8 a gallon or whatever. But eventually this has to equalize, and the great equalization seems like it comes with that new president, and he gets handed, like anybody else leaving work. When you give your 2 week notice or whatever, you're like, yeah, I ain't gonna do this crap. The next guy can deal with it. That
Hey,
kind of attitude, you know.
MDS, I love that approach, bro. I love that perspective. Going at it at a narrative approach, right? Just look at it big picture, macro, right? What's gonna happen, right? And it's kind of like what you were saying, and it's kind of like my gut feeling. And I feel like there's probably like a trend like that out there, right? Like if you transition from like a from one party to a different party for an election series, right? That you should see some form of market flipping, right? And I can almost see that making sense, right? Because if you go at it from like a just a general narrative approach, right? You go in there and before the elections, right? If you want to keep the same guy, you're going to pump that volume, right? You're going to make the stocks look fantastic. We're doing phenomenal. Everything's fantastic. You want to stay with the new guy, right? And then they drop the theatrics, right? If the transition has happened, right? If we get to a new person in power, right? A new party in charge, right? Then I could see that everything just dropping like a rock, right? And it's like, oh, look what happened, look what you did, and then the media can start really going nuts and nuts and nuts, right, making their money that way. So I can kind of see it playing that way too. So maybe it is right. Maybe go into this euphoric stage coming up real soon, right? Right before the elections, and then
It,
right
it,
when that happens, if you
it's
guys are
happened
predicting,
before. I mean,
yeah,
it
if you
literally happened before. So I mean, it's not
no, yeah. I mean, it's great to play it. Like, I don't know what to play exactly, right? I can think of a few things, right? But then you got to think, right? Like, are you going at the approach that we're going to keep the same guy, or are we going to go with the change of party, or even more crazier, are we going to go into an independent party, right? Because I know there's a third candidate running for independent, right? So it's like, which way are we going to go, Western man, right? Which path are we going to go? Which one are we going to pick? Because you might be able to make some plays on that alone.
Well, I mean, look at like Mark was talking about, defense spending stocks, and he's absolutely 100% right. Because look at what they just approved for the new budget, for defense spending. It's some triple digit billion number. I don't even know what it is off the top of my head, but it was a big number in the billions, way in there. So
Was it like a million billion
no, it was like 800 some billion or something crazy. But
Oh,
or
that's
a
it.
billion million?
That's it, huh?
it's insane numbers, though. I
That's
mean, when you're talking
ridiculous.
numbers that big, and you're talking about the national debt that just came out at all-time high, just I thought I saw that today roll across my screen.
Yeah,
Um,
33.9 trillion.
trillion. I mean, you just look at these numbers that are out of control. At some point, that would be a convenient thing to hand off to the next party if you happen to lose. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
It's
So
a
it's
little more than a spoonful.
no, yeah. The idea here is we got to find the plays. Like of course everybody gets to be their own independent person, but finding the plays that could be affected by this, right? For the positive and for the negative, right? Just based on this election thing alone, because it seems pretty major. I don't know. They say that about every single election. This is the most important thing of democracy, but this one is kind of intense, right? Depending like who's going to come up, right? Because we got the main guy for the Republicans, main guy for Democrats, really the only one, and really you can make the money on that, right? Just betting on 50-50 who's going to make it, right? Well, of course, political reasons, right? You know who might win, who might not win, right? I'm not going to say who's going to do it, but looking at it from an unbiased point of view, there's some money to be had there, right? So be really interesting. I mean, we're never going to pay off that debt, man. I don't know what steps we have done in any capacity other than say, hey, I think we need to increase the ceiling, right?
They should have left Escobar hanging out. I don't think Taylor Swift's gonna fix it.
But she's trying.
What was the? Wasn't there some crazy numbers thrown up like about a month ago about how much money revenue streams she brought in just from her concerts alone?
I mean, I know she made a great amount, right? I mean, I know she made the AMC theaters a lot of money. right? Just for showing her movie, right? So, I mean, she's making a lot of people a lot of money, and she could probably single-handedly solve the crisis of the national debt. That would be hilarious, right? But shoot, any of the single fellas out there, if they want to try dating Taylor Swift for some extra music material, have at thee, right? I mean, we know we need the material to help the economy. She just does the breakup songs, so I'll volunteer. Oh man, that's funny.
This is your captain speaking. Abe, sit down. There's turbulence coming.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the bathroom. Excuse me, flight attendant. This coffee here is too strong.
We are now going off the tracks. That is for damn sure. So, do you guys like to talk securities? Let's see. Who haven't we ripped on yet? Are we ever getting our BBBY shares back? Is that happening? What's going on?
I have no idea. I hope you have good news on this because this is starting to wear on me a little bit because I have a lot of high hopes.
I
And
bought this
now
stock.
I'm wondering what is happening.
I bought this bankrupt stock, and I said, "This is probably going to do well." Why has that not happened yet?
Why is this happening to me?
It's like that bike meme where the guy's running on the bike and sticks the stick in the wheel spoke.
All I can say is at least this isn't in the challenge account at this moment.
Okay, so recently, Bill Pulte. This is like man. Bill Pulte is the craziest part of this because I don't
Oh
get how
no,
he's situated in this.
here we go.
What? But so Bill Pulte was recently hanging out with Kanye. And Kanye tweeted some shit that I can't read because I think it's in Arabic. It's probably a very inspirational post. But Ryan Cohen responded to that with a cover of Teddy and says, "Words can never hurt you." And then I don't know if you saw it last night, but Ryan Cohen pointed out that if you go to Target and put "people love," the first thing that it says is not something I would ever repeat.
Yeah, he might have done that on purpose because he doesn't like that company very much.
No, but the thing is, if you go to the website, that's the first thing that does come up.
Oh man.
Do you guys know what that book's about? It's a book. Do you guys know what it's about?
That's a book?
Yeah, it's a book. So that, of course, I don't believe in it, but there's an anti-Semitic title of a book, right? But it's like a book or something like an essay, right? And actually, it's an award-winning essay. And this thing's being sold at Target. And this essay is about essentially the prophetization and using of essentially Jewish people, right? And their essentially wrongful positions, right, in their life, right, their circumstances, their suffering, right, essentially profiting off their suffering, profiting off of their issues, their concerns, and making things comfortable for you, right? So essentially, it's almost like a parasitic relationship from media and other aspects of people, right? To use them as like a validation, right? Their suffering at least. So
Wait a minute, is this like this is a book that tells you that you should do like those infomercials that I have to watch at 3 a.m. when I'm watching reruns of Archie Bunker, and like I get I for like I don't know 30 cents a day I can get
I don't know if
old
it's like that.
Jewish woman.
I haven't actually read it, but it's like a summary of it, right? It's like essentially it's the concept of like, if you're gonna be like genuinely moralistic about things, then don't just talk about the bad aspects of people, right? Don't use their suffering for their benefit. Also include their enriches and their livelihoods, right? To actually benefit you as well. If that makes sense. Like don't only talk about the dead things, right? Talk about the live things, right? We matter too, right? Not more than just an asset of a mean of ways to help you make something happen, right? So that's pretty much what I'm trying to say here. And I don't know if that's what Ryan Cohen's trying to say, but I mean, you can't help make the connection between that post and what he recently posted to Kanye, right? I mean, there's a connection there because Kanye, yeah, I'm gonna say, guys, there's a connection. There's a connection.
Yeah, hasn't like Kanye been going off on some pretty wild tangents? Like, didn't he get booted off of Twitter?
Yep.
Hold on, back up. Let's replay the last 5 minutes. So I'm a little bit lost. How do you feel that the tinfoil connects from Target to Kanye?
Okay. All right. What the heck? Jake, was that you? You playing the bongos? All right. Thanks, Jake. All right, cool. All right. Why it connects? All right. All right, I get it, Jake. Damn. All right. Why it connects? Okay, so I think it connects because, yes, as Surf was saying, Kanye has been saying some interesting things about the Jewish faith, right? Jewish people, and because of that, he's been reprimanded to a significant degree, right? And yeah, you shouldn't really be saying that kind of nasty things about people. But also too, they essentially you got people in like government or essentially sympathetics, right? Trying to create this new war that's going on over there. That's been going on for a long time anyway, but essentially really trying to profitize off that, right? And essentially it's kind of like what the essay is saying that Ryan Cohen is pointing out. Essentially, you're profiting from Jewish suffering, right? Which is disappointing to say the least. Don't use people's suffering for your own gain, right? I think that's like the main general core aspect of that book, right? So could be that Ryan Cohen is trying to make that connection. Is what I'm thinking, right? That's my thesis is that Ryan Cohen kind of sees Kanye saying that kind of stuff. I don't know what the heck that says, right? It'd be a lot easier to determine what the heck it says, right? But well, based on whatever he's saying, right? I think Ryan Cohen is saying, words don't hurt, right? Truth matters, right? Don't use people suffering for your own profits. Don't make people work extra hard for your own profits. Make things fair. I think that's Ryan Cohen's standpoint because, again, it also ties to the other post that he made when it comes to him saying there are a lot of overpaid executives, right? Which means that he wants to make things more fair for the employees, I think, and that executives are taking advantage of things. So, just overall in the world, people are taking advantage of other people, the less fortunate, the impoverished, the suffering, and no one's saying anything genuine about it. I think that's what Ryan Cohen is trying to say. Thanks, Jake.
Tim, I think that's pretty powerful, guys. I think it's also running pretty late. So I don't know. I think that is a good note to end on. We got some things to look into the future, but anyone got any final last words?
Robin Hood puts, not financial advice.
Yo, MDS, you maniac. Is he really gonna end on that, dude? Oh, dude, MDS, man. You pirate.
Arr, matey.
I think actually me and Serfdom kind of agree. I don't know if I'd actually put money on it. Only because I don't trust Robinhood right now. Something's going on.
Dude.
That's not the whole reason to put.
Yeah. I
Wait,
don't know. I'm still green on like 90% of those puts, but I snagged up some when I got a little greedy in the market. Some high volatility, and those ones are making me a little bit nervous. We'll see. I'm long on it now.
You're at what? Like you scooped them when it was like 13.35,
13.50, right at the top. Right after we
Yeah.
talked about it, and Mark went on this thing about all these calls. gone.
But look at
It's
the volume, and then on the volume on so many on the 3 month, it's just right now it's declining.
yeah.
It's looking
I've got
interesting,
it
boys.
charted out. I've got it charted for a down
Wait,
chart.
wait. Let me ask though. Let me ask this first though. Why hood now? Right? Like it makes sense for December, right? If people are taking the money out of the stock market, right, for like the tax harvesting and all that. I guess that makes sense, right? But why now? Like why into January? Why into February? Right? Like what's the thesis here for the bear? Or is it just charts?
It's charts on a TA level. It hit it's been riding like a channel up and down, just bouncing off these lines for I don't know, most of the year. Looking at it.
Oh, I think actually I see it, right? It peaked at the like almost at the year, right? Year date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
And
getting
right now
wider.
it hit it hit my line on the chart and rejected hard.
Mm.
Um But not that I trust my lines all that much. I kind of give them like a 30% window just in case I really messed up. But um, I wasn't. What I'm nervous about is that I'm not seeing this like warrant harvesting, where like any type of dilution or funding or anything potential would sneak in and kind of buy this stuff down, because it's not like everything else we trade. They don't have a $1 billion in dilution like Mullen. So it's building kind of a stair stepping hourly where it's kind of forming a bit of a bull flag. But bull flags have a tendency of rejecting when they look really good.
I mean, yeah, we'll see for sure. It's an interesting thesis, and I think that there are some interesting aspects, that just comes from overall like the macro of Robinhood, right? Like MDS is very proud of the free money that he got, right? But that's a new Robinhood feature, right? I think they said if you bring your portfolio, we'll give you like 3%. It's something
I know
crazy like that.
you should have told me. I could have sent you a link. You could have got me some free shares too, man. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
you didn't ping one of us for your reference.
Yeah, so anybody that, would like a Robinhood account, just go ahead and hit me up now so I can get my link out to every.
Oh wow! Look at the influencer over here, gentlemen.
You know what makes me mad about this mostly is I transferred my account like a year and a half ago, and they didn't have no freaking offers like this.
Oh yeah, you got like crazy money transferring your account in. Do you see
I
that?
know, I know. They provided the Astroglide to slide right in.
And I believe they're offering 5 point something percent APR on something else.
For
I'm
just
still
holding.
reading up on this stuff. Yeah, send it.
Well,
Oh,
and here and
on your uninvested, yeah. On your
Yeah,
uninvested cash, you can get.
so
so it's
let's go
almost like
back
an
to like
investment.
weeks ago, right when we brought up the hood thing. Hood was sitting at like $8, and I was like, oh yeah, like here's like what could happen. People forget that Robinhood sucks, and they cheated all the retailers at one point or time, potentially. But I was like, it looks like it's gonna probably bounce in this area and try to pull back up, and that's exactly what it did. And I don't think did anybody trade it up. I'm the only one trading Hood, probably, but I didn't play it
I
up. I saw it
I
coming. I
I
didn't play it.
I usually play the downside of Hood. I don't usually play the upside.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, I just don't like Hood, but yeah, I think me and a lot of other retail investors just don't like Hood.
well, I'm gonna explain my thing on this. I'm not mad at Hood because I was mad at all my brokerages at that time because I was on multiple brokerages and couldn't hit the frickin' sell button. to be honest with you.
Oh, that's
It
fair.
was Charles Schwab, it was TD Ameritrade, like all these guys did this crap at the same exact time. But they were probably the starting of kicking the snowball down the hill. And then that freaking hearing, I mean, we're going back into some old times. But that hearing resolved nothing. And you had a bunch of pretty much idiots talking on that hearing. And the only thing I heard that was fairly relevant is I am not a cat. So out of all that mess, nothing happened.
Well, no, there was a couple key things actually for Roaring Kitty that he established in that. He established that like $40 was a price that he was, or in that range was a price that he still considered GameStop to be a buy.
Right? Yeah, he did say that.
He said, you know, I mean,
And it forward split, didn't it?
and he advocated for the right of people to invest, not necessarily for their financial benefit, but because to make a stand.
Right.
You know, for, you know, to serve their, I think, First Amendment rights. I forget exactly how he put it, but yeah.
It's actually in the movie, the Dumb Money movie. That's how it ends. I guess, is that considered a spoiler? I think you guys know how the story goes.
Right,
Yeah, we were there.
dude. I remember
I haven't
like I
watched it.
should have been
Were you guys
freaking
alive
watching
during
it.
that time? But yeah, that's pretty much how it more or less ends towards that area. So might be cool for you to watch. And speaking of that snowball, do you guys remember that? What was it? There was some like huge like $100 trillion swap going around. You guys remember that? Is that still in the hive mind right now, or is that just a thing we forgot about? You remember that?
Are you talking like equity swapping?
Well, I remember like someone was saying
Like
like,
the bank swaps?
yeah, the bank swaps from like Archegos that went to Credit Suisse, which eventually went to UBS. And there was like this huge, massive one that was like 1,000 trillion or something like crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna stay there like forever now, I think. Like bank swaps are like a really complex thing, but they're pretty simple. And it's a combative measure to kind of fight inflation, right? But there's like
Hmm.
these banks, their books aren't always straight, right? So you have what is called like variance in your accounts, and this goes clear back to like the Federal Reserve and these banks having to hold 10% of physical cash depending on their deposits. So what happens is they get an influx of cash coming in, and then you have an imbalance in your books. Like people put cash in and then pull it right out, like all the time. And then you get that imbalance of showing too much money that's actually not there. But because of the federal requirement to hold 10% physical cash in each and every American bank, they don't have it. So when they don't have it, they submit to the Fed. The Feds print more money. This causes inflation. So what they do is these bank swaps, and I'm probably going to butcher this part because I don't fully understand it. But what these bank swaps is they're trading that variance with the federal bank, so the bank doesn't have to print any more money. So it's an anti-inflammatory tool, but there's so much issues with the financial system and the almost $34 trillion debt deficit that you're getting more and more of these events taking place with each and every bank. So in a weird sense, banks don't want your money. They want you to buy houses and they want you to finance cars and they want you to do all this other stuff. Because if you just put your money in a bank, it it causes issues for them in the long run.
Oh, and that actually, sir, thank you. That reminded me of something. I don't know if I ever brought this to you guys, but I wanted to hear your honest opinion, and thank you for the explanation. Uh, I think the swap was supposed to expire in December, but I got pushed to January. But I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know because this is interesting. I want to see if they can keep kicking the can on the road. Right, they got them cleats on. But there was a bill, like I think it recently announced. Have you guys talked about this one where apparently they're going to force hedge funds and banks to let go of their houses, like investors, right, in the United States. Did you guys hear about that? I think it was a Democratic bill. They wanted to pass something to where they said, hey, if you're like a foreigner or if you're like an investor type, you can't
Yeah,
buy the houses.
I actually heard, I haven't read on the bill, but here in like Washington State, they've already been kind of working on something like that because there's a lot of private equity that have been buying
You
the houses here. Same in California. Is that where you're at, Captain?
yeah, and it's happening. Yeah, because they'll come in and they'll just pay cash.
Sorry to hear about it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's rough. Like I went out to like buy in the 2021 market, and I was putting $500,000 offers down on houses. Mind you, I've never had $500,000. I've never even been remotely close to 10% of $500,000, but the bank approved me for a phenomenal amount of money, and I rejected that market. And the reason why is I put in offers everywhere, and these were dump like one house had freaking bars on the window, and I was like, dude, I can't even believe you took me to this area. And my realtor replied with, that's for all the fun that everybody's having outside, and you got to stay away from. That's how bad the
Wow.
housing market has has turned into.
Yeah, I mean, dang, that's crazy. The banks are waving you down like an incredibly enthusiastic third baseman, you know? Go for home, you know, like it doesn't care, you know? But when it comes to
With
the actual like properties, right? It's like what's really out there, right? It seems like the house has doubled.
and these banks were buying these houses from each other just because they could buy this house. Like let's say, one house I looked at, I had a realtor put in an offer for me. I didn't hear back for like 2 or 3 days, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I looked on the market, and that house is sold. You want to know who bought it? My realtor.
Oh,
It
that's
was
messed up. That is messed
it
up,
was
man.
I considered suing my realtor, but she was a like private realtor. And I was like, well, how far could this go? All right, in less than a month, they sold that house for close to $500,000. Like it's a racket.
Well, dang, sir, if I
And
didn't think you were gonna raise my blood pressure right now, what the hell?
yeah, buy a house.
Wow, that's crazy, man. I'm sorry to hear it. See, it's that stuff that's like completely unfair in the market, but no one's willing to talk about it, right? At least the administration, at least, right? But I mean, it's just as crazy. I remember trying to rent a house actually, you know, and it was like a decent sized house. But then I remember I was talking to the owners, and they were telling me, "Oh, can you do us?" I was like an 18-month lease. And I was like, "The hell's an 18-month lease?" And I'm like, "No, let me just do like a regular year lease or something like that, pretty close to that." And they go, "Well, okay, let me go talk to our investors." And I'm like, "Investors?" And they were explaining to me that they have a whole system over there in China, and they bought this house, and they have like a whole like investor chain that they have to talk to, like almost like a board of directors. And I'm like, "Oh, whoa, this is weird." Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening where at a level that people aren't even aware of. And like, if you're paying attention, like they want to create. Let's talk about the euphoria of markets. If you want to create an event, the banks are the best ones for it, and they love to do it. And they'll shake the trees a little bit. And since then I've removed myself for trying to buy in this market currently because I think that the housing market is probably overinflated, and a few other stock tickers that might be out there. But I mean, just like pay attention to what's going on, and like I would have never had that experience if I didn't involve myself in it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's crazy, you know. And Jake, I don't know if you have any experiences with the houses and all, or Captain, or MDS and all that, but you know, I do. I want to, if you don't mind, Captain, I want to ask just one more question, just for some time here. Uh, what would happen if that bill does pass. So let's just play fantasy here. That bill passes. Investors cannot buy properties like that just for strictly investing, right? Like they have to let some of it go, right? Like, is that going to cause a fire sale, you think? Is that going to cause an issue with liquidity, right? Because I wonder, why do investors like banks, for example, hedge funds, why are they buying property? Like BlackRock, why are they buying property, right? I mean, there's a whole concept of the great reset. You'll own nothing and be happy, right? There's that concept out there. But in reality, what if they lost those houses? What would happen there?
I
Well,
I don't think it's gonna happen. Honestly, I think it's just a bait and hook political thing.
I mean, I think something will eventually have to be done. I mean, housing in everywhere right now is disgusting. Like how
Well,
anyone's
like
living, you know.
you're talking about bills that got to be paid in like private equity, though. Like these guys, these investors don't want to lose money in their investments, and you know, although private equities, you can say private, there's still a lot of money floating around in private equity that has a lot of control over, you know, political ideals and voting power and things like that. I think
Well,
my worry is with it is that we're not going to see these changes, and then we're stuck in this housing cycle.
what's going to happen is the spigot's going to be cut off, and the spigot's about to be cut off. Like,
Yeah, but like by federal standards, though, can they just do that? Because that affects
no, no,
banks.
I don't
That
mean that
affects.
by the spigot. I mean by the spending power of the consumer. Because like I was in a space earlier today, and someone was like, I was at the mall today, and it was packed. And it's like, yeah, it's the first shopping day after Christmas. Everybody has off, and people are going to return things, or
Well,
and go
okay,
shopping.
yeah, okay, I'm following you. So in that aspect too, like there's a false sense of security with equity, right? That's money that you've made on your house. It's kind of like every time your credit limit gets increased, they do the banks do, raise these rates, and sometimes they buy in high end concentrated areas to raise property values in this aspect. So let's follow the casino, follow the credit lines, let's follow the housing market, and now you have this false sense of security or a potential like lienable or refinancing that you can take on your house, and now you have this extra liquidity. Like, what happens when that rug gets pulled? All right, and the housing market does crash. You see things that happened in like 2008. Like back then, I was support. It didn't matter. I didn't have two nickels rubbed together. I didn't care. I was already eating top ramen and being poor. But now that I'm older, I got a little more equity in things. I've got some money sitting in places. This has become the new, let, let's say, millennial or boomer challenge, is that like, what if that equity gets removed and that sense of security is no longer there? What do you do? Like, do you panic or do you rely on your investments? Because that's a very, like, another snowball effect.
Well, let me ask you this though, Serfsham. Really, if you want to if we want to get down on it, right? Um, benefits haven't increased, right? Social Security is what Social Security is, and it's what it's been for the last whatever years,
75 years
whatever, however long
before the
years, right?
gold standard.
Right. Milk
Right.
is now double the price. Gas has quadrupled in that time.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, how does it sustain? Right.
I'm
It
saying
doesn't
that
make sense.
no, exactly, and that doesn't make sense. And then I mean, it's like AMC going to the movies. How does that make any sense for a dating like young person right now, you're going to spend 2
$1
hours
million.
of your working week to take some
Yeah.
girl out to the movies, like, and that's being generous. 2 to 4 hours, I would say half shift for the working kid.
I have something to say about that. So I've been dating somebody pretty much like right into the pandemic for years, and we have never gone to the movies. I much rather like stream, pay less, spend the money on like a nice, steak dinner, whatever, and have the night at home. Now, I don't know if that's like just because I'm older. It is fun to go out, but I much rather save my money for something else. And I like AMC and I like going to the movies, but I think it's ridiculously expensive.
I just don't get who's going to these movies. Like, because I mean, seriously, you usually can't, for two people, get out of there without under $100, right?
Well,
Is it
the
fair?
same people that went to Barbie buy Starbucks.
Exactly. That's it right there. When I went to go see, I don't know why, but I decided, you know what, screw it. I'm a gamer. I went to go see the Mario movie. You guys remember that? I went to go see the Mario movie, and that thing was packed. And I was legitimately shocked. I was like, what the hell? There are a bunch of kids everywhere and all that. And I was a nice guy. Of course, I had to pay a couple of extra pizzas for the people sitting next to me for their kids. Huh? I'm a nice guy. But, we were watching the movie. It was great. It was excellent. Great, great audio, great everything, right? And it seemed like the kids were really hyped. I saw some of them dancing in the front. It's freaking weird. But, it's, I don't know. I think it's just convenience. But you're right. Yeah, everything's super expensive. I mean, those tickets are getting more expensive. It like depends like where you sit. It gets more expensive on that now. And those concessions, holy crap! I've never seen more expensive popcorn in my life. It's ridiculous. The soda is expensive. Every single thing is expensive. Why? Right? It actually would be nicer to
No.
sit at home and all that, but the experience is kind of unmatched in my opinion.
Well, and that was what it used to be, though. You would sell, like, your movie theater owner, he would like split the door mostly with whoever was providing the entertainment to sell the concessions, because that's where you make all your money. It's like people coming in and paying $7 for a tub of popcorn that they could buy for $2 in the store and make 3 times as much. Right.
Hey, like
Right.
I don't want to like age you here, but like for me, I'm gonna age myself. I grew up in a small town, like you're talking theater style venue where you could go watch a movie or you can actually see like a live orchestra play in the same place. And that was like the main source of entertainment where I grew up. And it wasn't expensive. It seemed expensive at the time, but it wasn't crazy expensive. And I think to this day that theaters remain private in the same hands, and they don't like the big retailers moving in. But having those experiences, like I went and saw like Lord of the Rings in this place, and this building. I mean, it's got like scrolling architecture. I mean, massive ceilings. It's awesome. It was amazing, and you had like the tiered upper balcony areas where you could pay a little extra to go sit in there and watch that. And then like then you got like the whole $100 AMC experience. And like I remember the first time I went to a big like kind of like IMAX type theater, I didn't know what to think about it. It gave me a little bit of anxiety in some measure, but I learned to enjoy it, and I think it's a very generational thing. I don't think that people in their 19s and their 20s are trying to go to the movies all the time. where like maybe in your 30s you did.
Well, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I did, but it was also exactly. I mean, it seemed expensive, but it was like, $5. We had dollar theaters. I mean, up until I want to say 5, 7 years ago, even in Los Angeles, we had dollar theaters. Um, but it's not like I think the experience, I mean, is definitely something that a fan base will always be attached to, and so they definitely have a market. But I think it's like as time progresses, it's getting more and more. It's closing the door to more and more of their consumer base, um, who's not getting compensated from all these returns of things costing more.
Yeah,
Right. Surf. It's almost like you described Ford's Theater, my man. That's what I was picturing right now. You know, talking like the balconies, and I was like, that sounds kind of badass, you know?
I mean, there's a million places like that in the United States that's still held by private families, and I mean these people made their money off of the gold rush and the oil rush, the oil fields, and they were the first bankers in town, and I mean it's like American culture through the Industrial Revolution, and just I mean even down to like crazy Freemason stuff. Like there's some of these buildings were built by Masons.
Oh yeah, you know, and that's why the way that you say it, I'm actually kind of an advocate for VR theaters, you know, because like you said, it's easy just to take it home and all that, right? That's why I do think that the theaters should consider getting into more streaming, right? Especially if they become more distributors of their own content instead of working with like a, let's say like a Lionsgate, right? It'd be easier if
Right.
they did it themselves. So they distribute their own property, but also to allow like a VR experience where you can pop on some goggles and there you are in the theater watching it at 4:30 showtime. I think that'd be fantastic, right? Jake,
Yeah.
if you remember Lomo, Jake, that's kind of what I wanted for that too. It's a social media app. So essentially, there you are. You're in the theaters. Enjoy the show.
Yeah. I enjoy it. Like I enjoy what VR is trying to do. Like Venue, Meta, a handful of a different, couple different stock takers trying to pick at it. Venue sucks, by the way. Don't buy that shit. That's an OTC. But um, they're I, that's my opinion. That's it. But I mean, I think there's a huge application for that. With people that physically can't make it to these places as well. Like whether it's a
Well,
medical standpoint, things like that.
but what I do like in the AMC, their transition, to closing that door is to open it up to capture, the concert goers, people who would go to a Beyonce concert, but are getting even closed out of, either Taylor Swift or Beyonce, which go for, thousands of dollars now.
Right.
So that's kind of
I
an interesting spin for the AMC.
Yeah,
I
I think they're
think
trying to get Dane Cook too.
so. I at times in my past, I worked religiously to live that rock star life, and I played music, been on tours, did gratuitous amounts of drugs. Um, you know, it was a lifestyle. It was a very difficult lifestyle. And the one thing that I loved about the music scene was being able to pop into these small theaters, or the the weird entertaining aspect of like you didn't know where you're gonna play. I want to let you guys know, back to Starbucks. Starbucks used to have a record label. I have played music in a Starbucks. I played punk rock music inside a Starbucks. I don't know if they're still doing that, but that was like the Seattle thing, was music. They saw a venue for, let's promote music, let's promote entertainment. They weren't only doing music, but they were doing live, live mic nights, stand-up comedians. I mean, it was a really kind of a cool thing that I don't think worked out for him. But I think if others tried it again now, it probably worked out very well.
Brother, what position did you play? Were you the guitarist, bassist?
I kind of bounced around from like everything.
My man.
It was fun. I played terrible music, and it was fun. I had a good time doing it.
That's the best, man. Oh man, that's kind of cool, man. That's cool. I get surprised. A lot of people I talk to end up becoming musicians. That's kind of cool. Um, that's awesome. No, yeah, I did not know Starbucks had that. That's actually kind of cool. No wonder these guys are so dang bullish on the Bucks and the
But
Bros.
I live in the area. I'm an hour from Seattle, so I mean, you live in the region where things happen. You see it happen.
Right, Captain's in California, so I don't know. Maybe he can listen in on the Silicon Valley talk.
I'm not that close, man. I'm in Los Angeles. I don't even have a bros close to me, man. It's a sad state of affairs.
On that note, bros, I'm going to bed. It's almost pre-market. I got to get up soon.
I know,
My
me too.
man, that's it.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, everybody, we're going to shut this down, but thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. I think we had some good discussion this new year. I think MDS is going to live legendary, and we'll see how that turns out. 24 hours, TikTok. I think MDS is going to live legendary, and we'll